Live episodes, the best interviews, track vlogs, tons of racing discussion, every Tuesday night on Going Bracket Racing Live.
You got something you want to get off your chest? Well, say it loud and proud. Come on the Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel page. Go ahead and say it to everybody. Everybody's opinion's welcome here.
Drag racing is the best sport there is. We all need to get on the same team, and let's make drag racing big.
GBR started live streaming, man, and it's awesome. It's kind of challenging, but thanks to Motor Mania, you know how they do. They're the one who paved the way for this anyway.
See, George, this is why I really like doing these interviews, man. It's because you actually get to see a side of somebody that you wouldn't see at the track. You get a lot of insight and a lot of little secrets here and there every once in a while.
It's the biggest race of all, Casey. Back in St. Louis as well. The OG Million is going to be excellent in 2024. If you want to race for life-changing money, you got to go there.
Man, there's a great comment in the chat right now. That's exactly what I wanted to say next. I hope that these organizations are paying attention right now because this is the exact type of idea that can make bracket racing great.
Can't be a good episode of Live from the 8th Mile. Grab something cold out of the cooler and sit down with us as we discuss what's going on generally in the later rounds, Casey. So that's a pretty fun event that we had there.
This isn't the George and Casey show, man. This is the reason we have the chat. This is the reason it's live. We want to get everybody involved so everybody's voice gets heard. We want to make bracket racing, drag racing, every sort of motorsports. We want to all band together and make everything what it used to be. Subscribe to Going Bracket Racing on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you find your podcasts to get the latest and greatest.
Once again, I still need Guillermo T. Arena and Steven Spencer to report to registration, please. Guillermo T. Arena and Steven Spencer, we need you to head back over to the pavilion to registration, please. Hey, great news for Casey Swift. We have found your fuel cap. It is at registration. Casey Swift, your fuel cap is at registration if you want to come and grab that. As we do a little bit of track prep before we kick things off here. If y'all have not yet been over to registration, we do need Guillermo T. Arena and Steven Spencer to head on over and see the lovely ladies. And Casey Swift, we have your fuel cap at registration. As we've said before, we'll say again, 89.7 is your radio station for the weekend. 89.7 FM, KXRP. Again, while it's nice and quiet, we do have buybacks available today if you are unfortunate first round. For today, buybacks will be $50, and they will go straight into round 2. The buybacks are available in today's 5K warm-up. We will be calling y'all on down here very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. Attention in the pits. No box. Round number 1. We will take you to the lanes, please. No box. Round number 1 for our all-run 5K warm-up. We will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. No box. Round 1 to the staging lanes, please. Once again, no box to the lanes, please. No box. Round number 1. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2. No box. Round number 1 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Well, as our no-box cars have made their way to the lanes, get ready to kick things off here on day number 1 of the Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson. And as always, we will kick things off with our invocation by Mr. John Vandermeer, followed by the playing of our national anthem.
If you'll pray with me. Lord, we are so thankful today for so many things. Lord, we're thankful for this facility, for Galen and Celeste and their entire staff, and all the hard work that goes into running one of these facilities. And we're thankful for the Penningtons and for their dedication to the sport and for just putting on a fun event. And Lord, we're thankful for everybody that's made the trip here, and we're thankful that you gave them safety as they traveled to get here. And Lord, we're thankful, even though it's hot, we're thankful that we've got dry weather, that we can race and we can play. And probably most of all, we're just thankful that we live in a country where we have freedoms to be able to pray and that we have the freedom to be able to do what we do today. And so, Lord, as we start today and we start day 1, we just pray that you would grant us safety not just for what's going on the racetrack, but what's going on in the pit area and those that are still traveling here. Lord, there's so many things going on in people's lives. We just pray that you'd give them just the opportunity to escape a little bit this weekend and enjoy being with their racing family and enjoy the competition and the sport that we love so much. So we just pray this all in your precious name. Amen.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, thank you, John. Thank you, Miss Ivy. And it is day number 1 of what is sure to be a fabulous weekend. Here on the 250th July 4th weekend in this great country. As John said, you know, plenty of things going on in the world, but as soon as we pull through these gates, we are one big racing family doing what we love. No box should be in the lanes, and we'll get kicked off shortly. Well, here we go. Your first pair of eliminations of the weekend roll through the water. As Casey Swift and Daryl Patton will kick us off. Couple of Mavericks to get the show started. Casey, left side of the racetrack, 643, the dial on the Phil's Trailer Sales scoreboard. And Daryl Patton, Highlands, Texas, where he calls home. He dials in at 584. As both drivers find the pre-stage beams, they're ready, they're set. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. Red light, start Daryl Patton. Casey Swift gets a free ride to round number 2, 13 green and 646 on the 643 dial in. Daryl left 400 too early on this end, goes 582. 11th thou under the dial in on that end. And Casey moves on. Hey, attention to the pits. We will have a junior gamblers race this evening. Y'all will get one time run at 7 p.m. I do not believe that is on the flyer, but that is an adjustment we've made. We will have a junior dragster gamblers race this evening with one time run at 7 p.m. Lucas Thomas and Drew Porsche up next. First pair we had 2 Mavericks, second pair we have 2 S-Dimes. That'll work. Lucas left side dials in at 617. Drew right side dials in 609. Green lights a pair. Drew got a little bit of an advantage. It'll make it work. 24 green. Goes 610, exactly 100 above the dial in. Lucas Thomas was 31 green. Takes 9 thou worth of finish line to be 6 thou under. Sheila Day and Bob Butler up next. Sheila left side, the Circle D Camaro dials in at 640. And Bo Butner. Strange side of the racetrack dials in 645. Attention to the pits, box door cars. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door car, bring them down to lanes 3 and 4, please. Big time advantage this end goes Butler's way. Win light. Bob Butler. 16 green, 646 on a 645. Gets him 500ths worth of finish line. Sheila was a little tardy on this end, goes dead 8 at that end, but it's not enough. And Bob moves on. James Day and Chad Sandlin up next. James left side the other half of the Circle D operation, past the Get Down Dina, Texas, where he calls home 634 the dial in. And Chad Sandlin, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 616. We'll do that. Chad in full control. Chad, your winner. 10 green, 620, 400 above the dial in. Gets there first by 35 thou. James was late. James was under. James is going to need to find the buyback window. Justin Cervantes and Kevin Goss up next. Once again, attention in the pits. Super Pro door cars. We will take you to lanes, please. Super Pro door cars, round number 1 to lanes 3 and 4. So Justin Cervantes left side dials in 6 flat. Kevin Goss right side dials in 686. And away they go. Red light and good night. Justin by 1 stinking miserable thousandth of a second. Kevin Goss 89 green, 706 on a 686 dial in. Not sure what happened there. Justin 001 red and proceeds to go dead on 4. Red and dead. as Murphy's Law tends to dictate. Jake Howard and Richie Powers up next. Powers right side, 666, the dial in on the strange scoreboard. Jake Howard left side, dials in at 632. Led by Richie Powers, win light, Jake Howard, 007 green, 629 on a 632 dial in. Powers was red and goes 664 on the 666. James Asbill right side dials in 623. And Daryl Sorey. Daryl left side of the equation dials in at 591. But it'll work. Top end, win light, Daryl Sorey. 42 green, 591, dead on 1 to light up the fill scoreboard. Asbill, 57 green. 621 and a 623. Got there by 2,000. Absolutely nothing he could do. Daryl moves on. Max McLaughlin and Jeremy Heffler up next. Mad Max left side. 609 the dial in. Heffler right side in the Geo. Dials in at 6 flat. Well, this one's leaning mean 4 foul. Separate him. Advantage McLaughlin, but the win light will blinkety blink for Jeremy Heffler. 005 green, 6 flat, dead 2 to be 7 total. Super Duck 001 green, but gets behind by 16 thou to be 23 thou above the dial in. Tim Stuckey and Greg Akers. Tim left side dials 628, Greg right side dials 710. Red light Greg, win light Tim, 16 green, and 627. 2 foul under the 628 dial in. Once again, Super Pro door cars. We will take you to the lanes, please. Super Pro door car, round number 1. We need you, and we need you now, please. John Bartosh and Roger Eames up next. Roger dial 696, John dial 673. John is in a whole mess of trouble. And Roger is going to move on. 29 green, 7 flat on a 696 dial in. John Singleton and Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. Your next contestants. Singleton left side, the Weatherford, Texas-based Dodge, 643 his dial in, and Rodolfo Cepeda. Cepeda out of Hidalgo dials in at 702. Dead even on this end. Singleton on that end, 15 green, 643, dead on 7 to light up the board. Gets there first by 15 thousandths of a second. Rodolfo, also 15 green, but 200 above the dial and leaves him 15 thou short at that end of things. Once again, we will have a Junior Dragster Gamblers race this evening. One-time run will commence at 7 p.m. Junior Gamblers race this evening, your time run will be at approximately 7 p.m. Casey Ball and Hudson Partney. Up next, Ball on the two-wheeled ride. 6:05 his dial in. Partney right side dials in at 6:50. Win like Casey Ball, 009 green, 627. A whole bunch above the 6:05 dial in. Hudson was late on this end and way over the dial on that end. Mike Atkinson and Gerald Henderson. On track now, Mike left side, Cibolo, Texas, dials in at 6:57. Gerald right side dials 588. Winlight Henderson 589 on a 588 dial in. There's 19 on this end. Takes a mile and a half on that end as Mike was late and could not run the number. As our first pair of Super Pro Door cars make their way to the starting line, Rick Huffman and Billy Goss. To kick things off, Huffman wheeling small, 608 the dial in. And Billy Goss. 697 what he says the truck is going to go. Advantage on this end goes Huffman's way. Winlight Rick Huffman, 15 green, 609, 14 thou above the dial in. Good enough to get there by 26 thou. Larry Harrison and Chad Hankins up next. Harrison fills trailer sales side, dials 567. And Chad Hankins. The Winsboro, Texas-based Chevy 2 dials in at 540. Red light start, Larry. Chad, 62 green, 541 and a 540 dial in is good enough as Larry's 006 red. And proceeds to go 569 on a 567. Leroy O'Brien and Dennis Lithgow. Up next, Leroy left side out of San Antonio. Dials in at 642. Dennis right side out of Mansfield, dials in at 487. Winlight Lithgow, 15 green, 496 on a 487 dial in. Leroy's reaction time started with definitely not a 0. Goes 643 on a 642 in a losing effort. And Lithgow will advance. Jay Bunt, Stephen Hughes up next. Hughes right side, the Pasadena-based Demon. dials in at 554. Jay Bunce, left side, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Dials in 603 in the wagon. As Steven finds the stage beam and Jay follows. And away we go. Win light Stephen Hughes, 14 green, 554, dead 7. Gets there first by 16 thou. Bunce, 22 green, and 16 thou above the dial in. No good. As Alex Trevino and Jason McFarland make their way to the starting line. Trevino left side, the Beeville-based Camaro, dials in 598. And Jason McFarland. Right side of the racetrack, dials in 543. Red light Trevino by 13. McFarland moves on, 15 green and 540 on a 543 dial in. Billy Talbot and Cliff Lovelace, your next pair. Lovelace, right side of the racetrack, 591 is the dial in on the strange scoreboard. And Billy Talbot, left side of the racetrack, League City, Texas, dials in at 6 flat. Cliff's got 2 Hund to work with and will seal the deal. 003 green, 593 on a 591 dial in. Gets there first by a Hund. Billy was 24 on this end and a Hund above on that end. To no avail. Dalton Loomis, Joey Cram up next. Couple of Houston area boys come up to square off in round number 1. Dalton left side out of Beaumont, dial 623. Joey right side in the Camaro, dials in at 616. Joey in control of this one. Win light Joey Cram, 003 green, 618. 28 thou above the dial in. Dalton was 26 on this end. And I believe dropped the anchor on that end, but it didn't work. And Joey will advance. Carlos Carrasco and Travis Barnett up next. Carrasco left side, dials in at 679. Barnett right side, Rayville, Louisiana, dials in at 480. One foul. Separate him on this end. Win light says Carrasco, 004 green, 680. 11 foul above the 679 dial in, gets him 7 thousandths worth of finish line. Barnett was 003 green, but 18 thou above the dial in, leaves him 007 behind. As Bryson Parks and Colton Wheeler make their way to the pre-stage beams. Parks, Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack out of Venus, Texas, dials in at 529. Wheeler on the strange side, Wichita, Kansas, where he calls home, dials in at 603. Winlight Wheeler, 16 on this end, dead 1 on that end. 17 total, gets him 18 thou worth of finish margin. Parks, 29 green, goes back 5 in the process, but could not overcome the 016 bulb of Colton Wheeler. Wayne Pratt and Joe Nunke. Joe right side, dials in at 530. Pratt left side dials in at 594. Eighth out advantage goes Joe's way, but the win light is going to shine for Wayne Pratt. 17 green, 594 dead on 3. To illuminate the top corner of the field scoreboard, gets there first by 12 thousandths. Noonke 009 green, but goes 200 above to fall just short. Once again, if you are unfortunate enough first round to watch your opponent's win light come on, buybacks are available at registration. And for today, the buybacks will go directly into round number 2. Buybacks are available at registration. Kent Burks and Leonard Greathouse on track now. Kent, the Alvarado base ride dials in at 597. And Leonard Greathouse, who is going to move on, as Kent was read by a chunk. Greathouse was also 16 red, but a true start victory, if you will. Clicks her off early, go to coast through at 610. Bobby Mendez and Randy Trice up next. Trice right side dials 597. Mendez on the left dials 543. Foul. Let's separate them on this end. Win lap Bobby Mendez. 22 green and 545. 200 above. Gets there first by 0.02 of a second. Randy was 41 green and also 200 above. Difference in the starting line was almost the difference at the finish line. Ethan Marr, Russell Fields up now. Marr left side from Corsicana dials in at 554. Fields on the right dials in at 587. Ethan Marr is red, and I implore you to not let him see the time slip. Trip, zip, 1 red for Ethan Marr. Russell Fields moves on, 38 green, dead on 1 to advance. As Keith Richards and Brandon Caples. Richards left side, Petersburg, Michigan, where he hails from. 647 the dial in. And Brandon Caples, West Louisiana, dials in at 458. Ought to be good. Win light, Brandon Caples, 10 green, 459, 1 above 6. 151 the speed, gets there first by 300. Richards was 009 green, but 652 and a 647 will not get you out of round number 1. In Keith's defense, if I have something dialed 458 coming up behind me, I'm probably going to hold my foot on it and just make sure I can get there. And And I don't care what anyone says. Something with doors dialed 458 is just plain cool. Mike Crater, Dennis Thomas up now. Crater left. Thomas right. Crater will advance 18 green and 525 on a 523. Dennis was 008 red. And goes 11th out above the dial in to find out what could have been. Attention in the pits. Super Pro Dragsters, we will take you to the lanes at this time, please. Super Pro Dragsters, we will take you to the staging lanes, please. That being said, if you are in a Super Pro door car and have not made your way to the lanes, you are officially tardy to the party. Final call, Super Pro door car and Super Pro Dragster. We will take you to the lanes, please. Jimmy Yarborough and Trent Wilson. On track now. Yarborough left side, 533, his dial in. Trent Wilson right side dial, 618, and oh my goodness. Trent Wilson is 007 RED, and Jimmy Yarborough's reaction time has a 1 before the decimal point and is going to move on. Might have had the crossover in incorrect or something, but 542 on a 533, either way we'll move on. Trent will have to find the buyback window, and Jarrett Lofton and Brian Harris are your next pair. Jarrett left side, Groveton, Texas, dials in at 609. Brian Harris right side, dials 568. Once again, Super Pro Dragsters, we will take you to the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragsters, round number 1. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Winlight Lofton, 17 green, 611 on a 609 dial in. Gets there by a bunch. Harris was late. And 573 on a 568 did not help matters either. Maverick Roselle and Dan Bain up now. Bain right side of the equation, Ruidoso, New Mexico. Dials in at 549. Maverick left side, Omaha, Texas, dials in at 605. Big time advantage goes Bain's way. Winlight Dan Bain, 002 green. 551 on a 549 dial in. Maverick was 41 on this end. Gets there first by 5 thou to be 18 thou under. I don't know about anyone else, but I was today years old when I learned there's an Omaha, Texas. Really? Well, you learn something new every day. Andre Rodriguez, left side. Dials in at 643. Driver not quite yet on file, right side, dials in at 635. Goes the way of old Lucky. Winlight Rodriguez, 644 on a 643 dial in. Will advance. As Kaylee Richards and Chris Galletti complete the burnouts. OGCG, right side of the racetrack, the Tomball Base Chevy 2. Dials in at 505. Kaylee Phillips, left side. Dials in at 665. Always a fan favorite, Galletti did say he would happily come up here for a guest announcing hour at some point this weekend. That's how you know we're a big time event. Is if OGCG holds a microphone. 1 foul separating on this end. One light, Kaylee Phillips, 009 green, 666 on a 665 dial-in. She gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second. Galletti, 008 green, 507 on a 505, will not get there. Now, Chris, we are excited to hear your voice, but we are going to need you to go to the buyback window first because it's just way too early in the day for none of that. David Broadnax, Ty Farmer. Up now. Farmer right side dials in 644. Broadnax left side dials in at 667. Between David Broadnax's Rampage ride and the signature Jimmy Farmer Chevy 2, hundreds of thousands of runs down racetracks between these two cars. Farmer in control of this one. Win light Ty Farmer, 10 green, 646 on a 644 dial-in. Gets there first by 006. Broadnax was 32 green. Goes dead 8, trying to make it work, but did not. And Farmer will move on. Not on file left side, although I can read T Arena on the window, so something T Arena. Left side dials in at 616, right side Don Davidson. Gilmer, Texas dials in at 641. Advantage on this end goes T Arena's way. Win light T Arena, 003 green, 617 on a 616. That is a Honda and a half above. Davidson, 39 on this end. But 25 thou under the dial-in on that end and was behind anyway. Will not advance. Dwayne Maggie and Daryl Patton. Up next. Maggie left side, Fort Worth, or he calls home, 701 the dial-in. And Daryl Patton, right side of the equation, dials in at 582. Might be. Win light Dwayne, 18 green, 699 on a 701 dial-in is Daryl Patton. Let's go 2 thousandths of a second too early. And goes 585 on a 582. Justin Endicott, left side. The 56 Bel Air dials in at 608. Right side not yet on file, dials in at 611. Well, that was interesting. Win light Endicott, 609 on a 608 dial-in. Was 31 green to his opponent's 002. But when your opponent takes 400ths worth of finish line to be 2 thou under, sometimes it just works out. Endicott moves on. Mickey Blankenship and Drew Porsche up next. As some of our no-box double class entrants make their way back around. The dash in front of the dial-ins kind of tell the tale. Mickey left side, 681. Drew right side. Dial 609. 8 thou separate them and one of them is perfect. Win light Porsche, trip zip green, and 611 on a 609 dial-in. I might be an Aggie and math is not my strong suit, but I believe that's 11 total. Blankenship, 008 green. Turns him loose to go 683 on a 681 to no avail. As Porsche, by way of a bag of donuts, moves on to round number 2. Justin Richards and Chris Pope up now. Richards left side out of Scurry. 622 the number. Projected on the S-Dime. And Chris Pope. 531, the number that he anticipates the Lubbock-based Mustang to go. Chris is going to need a whole lot of help on this one, and he's not going to get it. Justin, your winner, 12 green, 623 on a 622 dial-in. Gets there first by 47 thou. As Pope was a little tardy on this end in 533 on a 531, will not get it done. Casey Swift and Gilbert Sanchez up now. Swift on the left in the Maverick, dials in at 650. And Gilbert Sanchez. The Corpus Christi based convertible, dials in at 638. Swift has this one handled handedly. 006 green, 650 dead on, 4 to be 10 total. Gets there first by 23 thou. Sanchez was 48 green and 15 thou under the 638 dial in. No help. As Casey Swift moves on. Wes Lofton and Aaron Jones up next. Lofton left side out of Groveton, dials 547. Jones right side out of Mob Bank in the Malibu, dials in at 592. Wheels up for Jones. One light for Jones as well. 005 green and 593, a hund above even. To be 15 total. Gets there first by 12 thou. Lofton 13 green and a hund above. Will not seal the deal. Lucas Thomas and Jeremy Heffler on track now. Once again, Super Pro Draxers. We need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro Draxers. We need you. We need you bad. Super Pro Draxers to the lanes. Thomas left side, dials 614. Heffler right side, dials 597. And away we go. Dead. Even. 009's a pair on this end. Win light, Jeremy Heffler. 9 green, dead on 5 to light up the strange scoreboard. Thomas was also 009 green. But 9 thou worth of finish line leaves him 5 thou under. Had to take 4 or less. And hope. When he didn't. Casey Ball and Darius Campbell up next. Ball the motorcycle, dial 6 flat. Campbell in the vet, dials in at 618. Left light Ball, wing light Campbell. 31 green and 620 on a 618 dial in. Ball was 31 red and goes 602 on the 6 flat. Jake Howard and Bruce White up next. Howard will line up on the left side of the equation. 630 the dial in for the truck. And Bruce White. The Stafford base T1000 dials in at 674. As our crossover pair has entered the water box. This will be your last pair of all natural route cars. Drake's going to move on as Bruce's 002 red. Howard 24 green, 630 dead on 7. To move on, White 002 red and 674 dead 9 in the T1000. At this time, all cars have been called for round number 1. All cars. Whether it's got 2 wheels, 4 wheels, a whole mess of chromoly or doors on it, you have been called to the lanes. All cars have been called to the staging lanes for round number 1. Jennifer Johnson and Max McLaughlin up next. Jennifer left side in the dragster dials 441. Mad Max right side, who, in my humble opinion, lived up to the Super Duck nickname in his other entry in No Box. And I really hope he goes back and plays this so he can come and slap me. 606 Max's dial in. Off goes Max. Here comes Jim. One pass up on this end. One light, Mad Max, 006 green, 607. 15th out above the dial in, gets there by 9/10 thousandths of a second. Jen was 005 green, 442 on a 441. Leaves her trip, zip, 9 behind at the finish line. Leah Hughes and Luke Johns, your first true pair of dragsters, approach the starting line. Luke Johns, Floresville, Texas, 441, his dial in. On my right, your left as you face the radio dial in. Leah Hughes. Pass it, get down, Dina dials in at 472. Red light, Luke Johns, green light, Leah Hughes. Leah 006 red, 473 on a 472 dial and will light up the Phil's trailer sales scoreboard. Johns 25 green. Airs it out to be 441 dead 6. At least got an extra time run out of the deal. And Leah will advance. Galen Smith and Neil Sherry up now. Texas Bounty Hunter himself, left side of the racetrack, dials 469. And Neil Sherry. Strange side of the racetrack, dials 486. Galen's in, Neil's in, ready, set, go, get 'em boys. Big tire chance on this end goes Sherry's way, win light, Neil Sherry. 001 green, 486, dead on, 4 to be 5 total. Smith, 47 green, 468 on a 469, had absolutely nowhere to go with it. As Neil Sherry takes 39 thou worth of finish line for a 5-pack. Caden Muth and Bart Nelson on track now. Caden left side out of Bernie, dials 440. And Bart Nelson out of LaPorte, dials 454. Now, Caden, you've made me promise to say good things about you. This is your chance to get good things said about you. That is not how you get good things said about you. Win light Nelson, 15 green, 455 on a 454 dial in. Caden let go 7 thou too early. Goes 439, 2 thou under the 440. As Caden will have to make his way to registration for the buyback and try again in round number 2. Crew Garrett and Tony Kotzer. Tony right side, dials 498. And Crew Garrett, Ratliff, Oklahoma. Left side of the racetrack, dials 466. Now, full disclosure, I absolutely... Oh, we'll get back to that. Win light fair advantage, Tony. Win light says Tony. 13 green, 499 on a 498 dial-in. Gets him 13 thou worth of strike. Crew let go 31 green and 466, dead 8 is not enough to get there. Remind me to tell you a Crew Garrett story next time he runs. And about 20% of the pit area just got really nervous when I said that. Frank Cahotek, Vince Taylor on track now. Cahotek left side dials 471. Taylor right side dials 473. Nothing to write home about, but advantage goes to Taylor, but the win light will shine for Frank Cahotek. 45 green, 472, 1.5 above is good enough, as Vince Taylor was 21 green, but 38 thou worth of finish line leaves him one miserable thou under the dial-in, as he had to take 37 or less. Josh Herman and Jared Asbill on track now. Herman, the Bandamere ride, left side dials 449, and Jared Asbill, the Abilene headquartered American ride, dials 485. Once again, all cars have been called for round number 1. All cars have been called for round number 1. Apparel, win light, Herman, 18 green, 449, dead on 7, is good enough to make it work from behind. Asbill, 005 green, but 400ths worth of finish line leaves him 200ths under the dial-in. Billy Simpson and Kevin Wilson up next. Simpson left side out of Kennedale, dials in at 496. K-Dub right side. The Magnolia, Texas based ride, dials 407. Green light repair, 9 thou. Advantage goes Wilson's way, but the win light will shine for Billy Simpson. 14 green, 498 on a 496 dial-in. Gets there first by 12 thou. Wilson, 003 green, but cannot quite run the 407 number. Goes 411 at only $1.73 in the process, as Simpson will move on. J.C. Jones and Tom Wilkinson up now. JC left side from Ma Bank, dials 465. Tom right side from Leander, dials 498. One like JC Jones as Tom kicks her red by a nickel. JC 18 green, 466 on a 465. Wilkinson 005 red and goes 498, dead on 1. Greg Muth and Jay Fitzgerald on track now. Muth on the left. The Bernie, Texas TNT ride, dials 470. And Jay Fitzgerald. Right side of the racetrack, dials 457. Winlight Fitzgerald, 27 green, 459 on a 457 dial-in. Gets there first by 008. Muth, tardy on this end at 56. Goes 470 dead donut, but could not quite get there. J.J. Russell and Quade Dozier. Up now. Russell on the Phil side of the racetrack, Ratcliffe City, Oklahoma, where he calls home 450 the dial in, and Quade Dozier. Slanton, Texas, right side of the racetrack, dials 465. Red light Quade by 005. Gets a free ride to round number next, 35 green, 447 on a 450 dial in. Quade 005 red, 464.9 on the 465. As Steve Collier and Ron Scott make their way back from the burnouts. 405 the dial in for Ron on the right side of the racetrack. And Steve Collier, Benton, Louisiana, dials 454. Steve Collier's going to get the win light. 36 green, 455 on a 454. Ron Scott was 009 green, but I'm pretty sure he traveled about 700 feet to go 660. Goes 409 on a 405. 4 thou behind at the finish line. And Collier will advance. Curtis Stevenson and Randall Reed on track now. Stevenson left side, Coffeyville, Kansas, dials in 455. And Randall Reed on the Strange side of the racetrack, dials 464. Red light Reed by 2 thou. Win light Curtis Stevenson, 14 green, 454.2 on the 455 dial-in. Attention in the pits. Final call for round number 1. Final call for round number 1 for our all-run 5K warm-up. Final call for round number 1. No box, door cars, dragsters, all y'all have been called. Final call for first round of the lanes, please. Paul Smith and Todd Robinson up next. Paul Wade, left side, Tom Ball, where he calls home, dials 510. And Todd Robinson, right side of the equation out of Corpus, dials 472. Once again, all cars have been called for first round. All cars have been called for first round of eliminations. Final call, round number 1. If you're not here, get here. Final call for round number 1. Win light, Todd Robinson, 003 and 473.9 on a 472 dial-in. 19 thou above. Gets there first by 21 thou. Smith was 27 green and 17 thou above to be no good. Carson Stuckey and John Sherry up next. Carson left side, Claremore, Oklahoma, dials in 468. John right side, Roy City, Texas, dials 467. Red light John, win right, Carson. 006 green, 466 on a 468 dial-in is good enough. As John let go 37 thou too early. Red and dead. Dead 7 in the process. As Kurt Harvey and Rocky McLean make their way in reverse. Kurt left side, the Rafter P construction ride, dials 491. And Rocky McLean, Little Rock, right side of the racetrack, dials 461. Winlight Little Rock 13 green, 461 dead 0. Gets there first by 4 thou. Kurt 10 green, 491 dead 7. 17 total does not get you out of round number 1. That kind of smarts. Rocky gets there first by 4 thou. 13 and dead 0 0 on my screen. To move on, Corey Neighbors and Aaron Gibson up next. Gibson right side. Idabel, Oklahoma, dials 425. Neighbors left side, Lebo, Kansas, dials 519. Aaron's car didn't leave when it was remotely supposed to. Corey will move on, 12 green, 523 on a 519 dial-in. As Gibson's car, not sure if the delay box hung up or the crossover hung up or the trans brake, something hung up. As he sat there for a while in the two-step after the green came on, goes 425, dead 5 in the process though. So that part worked well. Just the other 659 feet that didn't, you know. Clint Dozer and Johnny Ezel up next. Johnny Bracket Racer right side, 474 to dial in. Left side dials 484. And Johnny is going to do what Johnny do. 26 green, 469 on a 474 dial in. As Clint was red. Goes 488 on a 484 dial in. You know, it takes a certain level of confidence to be holding 0.05 of a second and still air it out when your opponent's red. Just Johnny things. Chad Branham and Austin Free up next. Big C left side, dials 478. And Austin Free. Right side of the racetrack, dials 482. Winlight Branham 001 green, 477 on a 478 dial in. He's 7 thou under. Free 27 red and 481 on a 482. Coy Collier up next, Bossier City, Louisiana. Left side of the racetrack, dials 475. Not on file, right side, dials 497. Red light higher by 1 thou. right side moving on. 001 green and 495.8 on the 497 dial in. Attention in the pits, no box, round number 2. We will take you to the lanes, please. No box, round number 2. Winners and buybacks. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box, winners and buybacks for round number 2. We will take you to the lanes at this time, please. Tyler Cromwell and Kenny Probst up next. Cromwell left side, Ardmore, Oklahoma, dials 427. Kenny P right side. Dials 459.
I saw the text after that, though, didn't you? I saw the text after that.
Cromwell and Kenny Kixer 12 style red. Cromwell 008 green, 436 on a 427 dial in. Kenny 12 red and goes 460 on the 459. Look, guys, Sonny made it. Who had 4:30 p.m. in the betting pool on when Sonny would eventually make it to the racetrack? If someone could please check on that. And, well, I kid. Sonny Barclay, left side, dials 468. And Russell Moore, right side of the racetrack, dials 468 as well. Winlight Barclay, 58 green, 466 on a 468 dial in. As he says, who needs a time trial? Mar 001 red, 469 on a 468. We'll have to visit the buyback window by way of the red bulb. Once again, no box, round 2. We will take you to the lanes, please. No box, round number 2. Winners and buybacks. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. David Bird Jones and Justin Richards. Up now. Richards right side, dials 455. Bird left side, dials 469. The difference on this in advantage Bird, Winlight, Justin Richards. 18 green, 455, dead 6. To illuminate the strange scoreboard, Bird was 13 green, but 26 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 16 thou under the dial in. Wendy McFarland and Carson Wheeler up next. Wendy left side in the wagon, dials 631. And Carson Wheeler, Wichita, Kansas, dials 5 flat in the dragster. Wheels up for Wendy, and here comes Carson. Winlight, Wendy McFarland. 005 green, 631, dead on 2 to be 7 total. Wheeler, 11 green, and was mathematically ineligible for the remaining 659 feet or so. 498 on a 5 flat to see what could have been. As our buy run makes her way to the starting line. Bree Bandemere, Pueblo, Colorado. On the left side of the racetrack, she will dial in at 441 to conclude round number 1. Bree 442.5 on a 441 dial in, and just like that, round number 1 comes to a close. We will have your wait and see buy run for round number 2 momentarily. Or do we have it now? We'll take a couple minutes to do our administrative tasks up here, and before we kick off round number 2, no box round 2, you have been called to the lanes, and you should be there. You really totally should. And momentarily, we'll have your wait and see buy run for round number 2. And with that being said, I will step out of here for a minute. Let Mr. David walk y'all through round number 2 here on day number 1. I think that's all the numbers we needed in one sentence.
So round number 1 is in the books. We've got our no box cars called to the staging lane so that we can kick off round number 2 as we continue to celebrate bracket racing on Independence Day weekend with the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown presented by our good friends at Carter Maxwell, featuring the best in tires from Goodyear and Mickey Thompson. Happy to welcome everybody in person here to Xtreme Raceway Park. We have got today, tomorrow, and Saturday with a beautiful forecast. And, of course, we have got an outstanding day ahead of us right now with beautiful blue skies and white puffy clouds. And we've got great food at the Xtreme Grill. Make sure you stay hydrated and get some of those great savory delights, plus the sweet treats they have as well. Keep yourself in good shape for all the rounds that we're going to run today, and we've got a lot more rounds to run today, plus all day Friday and all day Saturday, bringing in the Independence Day weekend with a bang. To all those of you out there in live stream land, we're happy to have you joining us at Going Bracket Racing. We definitely have a house full of hot rods, and we're ready to bring you some extraordinary drag racing action. They're going to be coming up to the water box here momentarily. And the job is not done until the paperwork is complete. It is now complete, and we are ready. Got some fire in the pipes in our first pair coming around for round number 2, the buyback round here at the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown. Racing for those buckles and the bucks. And, of course, the bragging rights. Taking home a victory at an event of this caliber, something that the racers very definitely look forward to. And so, Casey Swift is going to win the race to the staging lanes once again. The White Maverick is going to take that left side Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. And gets to go first, dialed at 647. His opponent, Chad Sandlin, with the dime, takes that right side strange lane. 616, the dial for Sandlin. 31 100ths. Head start for the White Maverick. Drivers in. AccuTime says, let's go. Sandlin says, see the underside. Beautiful wheel stand down that right side. Can he carry it to a win? Yes, he can. 617, 1 over with a 4. 107.7 miles an hour. Held 5 at the start. Casey was 2 over with a 649 on a 647 dial in. Sandlin turns on the win light to advance to round number 3. Jeremy Heffler is going to bring that Geo tracker to the starting line in the strange engineering lane, 6 flat the dial. And Tim Stuckey tower side in the Phil's lane with a Malibu dialed at 627. Red light for the Geo on the right side. 0-2-1 red for Heffler. Puts a win light in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Tim Stuckey, 627, dead on with a 1. At 108.1 miles an hour. Takes it to the next round. Gonna bring us Darrell Patton from Highlands, Texas, 1971 Maverick. Out of Spears Race Cars with a 585 dial in. Going to spot the Chevelle on the tower side. 1500ths of a second. Justin Cervantes gets the head start. Green lights both sides, wind light tower side. Cervantes 6 flat with a 0-1. That's 6 really flat. 1/10,000ths over the dial, 112 miles an hour. Takes out a 583 breakout. Patton gave up 4 at the starting line, never recovered. Going to bring us a pair of dimes next. Lucas Thomas from Mount Pleasant is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack. 617 the dial there. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. from Hidalgo going first to 704 dial in for the dime in the strange lane. Five 10,000s red. That'll give you a call to get some Maalox 704, dead on with a 0, but 5 10,000ths red. That hurts. Meanwhile, on the left side, Lucas Thomas dead on with a 3, 013 green, and a dead 3, 110 miles an hour. His opponent goes red. Lucas Thomas eases into round number 3. Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco. TrailerNut.com is the website. If you want to upgrade your trailer game, be sure and let them know what you need. 254-752-6200. Daryl Sorey, tower side of the racetrack with the GMC. Short bed, fleet side, 81 vintage. 591 the dial. Going to spot Drew Porcher from Montgomery. 1900th. Let me get door cars to lane 3 and 4, please. Door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door cars, round 2. Lanes 3 and 4 are open for you. At the finish line, put a wind light in the Strange Engineering lane, dead on with a 6 and an 8,000s green 14 pack gets it done. For Drew, Daryl Sorey goes under the dial, 89 on a 91 dial. Goes too quick. Drew with the ticket to the next round. Next to the starting line, a 4th generation Camaro on the tower side, a 1st generation Camaro on the spectator side. James Asbill, 622. The dial in the Gen 1 in the Strange Engineering lane. Sheila Day going first in the Gen 4 Camaro, dialed at 641. 1900s head start for Sheila from Bookland, Texas. Green lights both sides, wind light in the Strange lane, 621. Double breakout matchup. James Asbill breaks out 1/10,000th. So does Sheila. You go out to that digit that we can't see, and that puts a wind light in the Strange Engineering lane for James Asbill. Next up, going to be John Bartosh. Chevy short bed fleet side truck takes the Strange Engineering lane. And on the tower side, he just ran. Jake Howard in the S10. 4300's head start on the right side, wind light tower side. Howard goes 31, 1 over at 108. Bartosh was 3 over, 676 on a 673 dial in. 98.9 miles an hour, but it was not enough. Jake Howard moves to the next round. Vega and Nova coming your way next. James Day from Pasadena. In the Chevy Vega, dialed at 633 on the tower side in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Richie Powers has the Nova dialed at 664 going first down the Strange side. Green lights both sides, very close on the reaction time. Gonna be a shootout, 669, 5 over at 101 miles an hour. Richie Powers takes a win. James goes 48, that's 15 over, 103.5 miles an hour, but way off the dial. Puts a wind light on the Strange Engineering side. Next up, Casey Ball on 2 wheels out of West, Texas. Down where the check stop is, 605 the dial on the bike, 698 the dial for Roger Ames in the S10. Just had a little something from the check stop this week. Casey Bond is going to take a wind light and go to the next round. 621 beats a 718. Casey held a bunch at the start and a bunch at the finish. John Singleton, Weatherford, Texas, 1969 Dodge Tower Side with a 643 dial in. Greg Akers has the blue Malibu going first. That car dialed at 705. Like it might be a 7.0 index car most of the time. I believe it is. 643 dead 2 at 104.7. Singleton with the win, 2 over 707 at 95.2 miles an hour for Greg Akers in the Malibu. Next to the starting line, Dodge Dart, Kevin Goss, 688 the dial, gets to go first in the Phil's trailer sales lane. Gerald Henderson in the Chevy Camaro doing the pursuing down the Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. Gives up 101 with a 587 dial in. Both sides of the racetrack, and one of them got a sizable advantage. That's the one with the wind light. Gerald Henderson, 589, 2 over at 116 miles an hour. Kevin Goss gave up a lot at the starting line, and that one was over early. Next up, going to be Hudson Partney on the Tower side of the racetrack. 685 the dial in, gets 4/10 head start against Bob Butler. Butler channeling a little North Carolina. That Plymouth Duster in the Strange Engineering lane. GMF body on the Tower side of the racetrack. The Mopar A body takes that Strange lane. 4/10 head start, and we are off. Red light right side puts a wind light on the left side. And Hudson Partney is going to go to the next round. 701, 100.1 miles an hour. To a red lighting 646, 1 over at 106 miles an hour, but 8 thousandths red sends Butler to the trailer. Next up, going to be a Chevy Vega on the right side of the racetrack. And a Plymouth Barracuda on the Tower side. Jimmy Yarbrough from Santa Fe, Texas, 533 the dial in. With the Plymouth, Jason McFarland from Azle. With the Chevy Vega in the Strange Engineering lane. 800s head start for McFarland's Vega. Finish line, put a wind light in the Strange lane as something strange happened at the starting line for Jimmy Yarbrough. As the reaction time way off. McFarland 2 green, 2 over 543, 124 miles an hour. Gets a win, goes to the next round. Second generation Camaro, Alex Trevino from Beeville, Texas. 597 dials on both sides of the center stripe. So it's a heads-up drag race here in round number 2. Jeremy Heffler in the Geo Tracker. Ready to go down the Strange Engineering ProTech inspection lane. Got a really green light on the left side. Jeremy Heffler's 012 green and 603 good for the win. Trevino, problem at the start. 597 goes dead on with a 7, 114 miles an hour. A little malfunction at the starting line had him dead late. Dwayne McGee from Fort Worth, Texas, on the tower side of the racetrack in the yellow and primer Nova, dialed at 698 going first against Cliff Lovelace. Cliff out of Waxahachie in a Gen 1 Chevy Camaro. Reaction time's close, but a win light in the strange lane, 593 dead 2 to a 2/7 flat at 96 miles an hour from McGee. Lovelace takes 18 thousandths at the stripe. That's good for the win. Bruce White, Stafford, Texas. Pontiac T1000, 674 the dial in. And going first, Maverick Roselle from Omaha, Texas. 602 the dial in for the Chevy Love in the Phil's trailer sales lane. Gonna be close. 5,000 different at the starting line. The win light is going to be on the right side. Bruce White with the T1000, 1/675 at 107 to a 2/604 at 110 for Maverick Roselle. Wayne Pratt, Blooming Grove, Tower Side, 594 the dial in the 1967 Camaro. Rick Huffman with Smalls, Chevy Chevette. Ripping Rugburn Raceway has a 608 dialed in. Green lights both sides, wind light tower side. Wayne Pratt, 1/595 at 112, takes 7 thousandths at the stripe. That's good for the win. Huffman goes dead on with a 5. Gave up 1 at the start. Pratt moves on. Next up going to be Aaron Jones from Maybank, Texas in the maroon Malibu. I point those cameras at that right side lane as there might be a wheel stand coming your way. Bobby Mendez, Taft, Texas. Tower side Gen 3 Camaro. There it was. Beautiful wheel stand, just a little early. Turns on that red light by 013. Puts a win light on the left side. Mendez, 543 dead 4 at 124 miles an hour. Takes the win to advance to the next round. Competition buy run here for Ethan Marr from Seatown. Brings that 69 Yenko Camaro to the starting line with a 555 dialed in. .54.2 on a 55 dial, 125 miles an hour on that competition buy run. Kent Burks in the Chevy Vega takes the strange engineering lane. Very versatile Chevy Vega. That car has run Pro Mod. It's run Top Sportsman. It's run just about everything. And today, it's running brackets. 547 the dial for Burks out of Alvarado, Texas. Tower side Jarrett Lofton from Groveton, Texas, going first with a 609 dialed into the Chevy Nova. At the finish line, it's going to be Lofton with a win. 4 thousandths green to an 049. Burks gave up quite a bit at the starting line. Lofton goes 13. That's 4 over at 106 miles an hour. Takes 97 thousandths at the stripe. Gets the win. Burke's car with a 547 dial doesn't run. The number goes 56. Lofton moves to the next round. Race crews going to answer the call about something that's seen on the racetrack. They will make sure that we are clean, safe, dry, and debris-free before we light up another pair. We've got a lot of them ready to go as round number 2 continues on the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson Tires. From Xtreme Raceway Park, three big days of big money bracket racing going into the 4th of July weekend. Celebrating 250 years as Americans, doing it with some bracket racing. Hey, race fans, those of you locally, the Xtreme Grill is open. Got great food for you to partake of. Do stay well fed and hydrated. Temperatures just over 90 degrees so far. And the people in the Midwest today are rather envious of our 92 degrees, because it's hotter than that up there. Jay Bunce from Piedmont, Oklahoma, and Mickey Blankenship from Alvarado, Texas, next to the starting line. Blankenship takes that strange lane. In the dime, dialed at 682, gets to go first by 78 hundredths against Jay Bunce, who's got a 604 dialed into the Nova wagon. Green lights both sides, here we go. Advantage at the start and the finish goes to Jay Bunce. Double breakout. Blankenship breaks out 04. Bunce broke out 002. So the Oklahoma wagon is going to advance into round number next. At the starting line, it's going to be Dennis Lithgow. Mansfield, Texas, takes that right side strange engineering lane. 488 dialed to the Roadster. Bryson Parks going first with a 529 dialed into that bright red Camaro on the tower side of the racetrack. Venus, Texas, home for your former Western Conference Finals champion back in his early days of racing. Got a bunch of those here this weekend. 2012 puts a win light on the right side. Dennis Lithgow, 487, 142. Bryson 2 over with a 531 at just under 130 miles an hour. 2000s, too quick on the trigger, puts a win light in the strange engineering lane. Extended cab S10 truck, Mike Crater Racing Engines, tower side, 525 the dial in. Going to spot Ty Farmer. 117 is Ty's dialed at 642 with the Nova. Across the 660, put a win light in the strange lane. Farmer 7 green, 007 green, 641, double breakout race. Farmer was holding 2 at the starting line. Crater has to break out and goes 24 on the 25. Ty Farmer with the win. Keith Richards, Petersburg. .652 the dial, tower side for the blue Chevy Vega. Greg Swift from Azle, Texas, in the white Chevy S10. 635 and 652 your dial in. And the red light early for the white truck, puts a wind light on the tower side. Keith Richards 650 out the back door because his wind light was flashing. Swift goes 33, 106.6, but 1,000th red. David Broadnax from Irving, Texas brings the Dodge boys Rampage to the starting line. Got a 668 dialed in the Phil's Trader Sales of Waco lane. Chad Hankins, Winsboro, Texas, the Chevy Nova. It's dialed quicker at 541. Green lights on both sides this time. At the finish line, put a wind light in the strange lane, 540 to a 664 double breakout. Broadnax takes 035 at the stripe, but dialed 668 and goes too quick. Hankins will advance. Dalton Lummis from Beaumont, Texas. 623 the dial in, 400's head start against Trent Wilson from San Antonio with the Camaro on the strange engineering side of the racetrack. See Lummis, I think, Columbus, Georgia. Cotton Gins. Green lights both sides. Nova versus Camaro. Who's it going to be? Put a wind light on the tower side. 624, one over at 107 miles an hour. Lummis 008 green held 2 at the start against Wilson. Wilson goes dead on with a 6, but gave up a little too much at the starting line, and Dalton is going to advance. Learned from Lummis Industries that if you want to fly to Australia, fly first class. Because it's a long trip over there. You're going to spend way more time in the air than you really want to sit next to somebody that's elbow to elbow with you. Andre Rodriguez, San Antonio, Texas, tower side of the old lucky 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, 643 the dial in. Billy Goss will go first. S10 truck dialed at 697. Just a little over one bulb on the Christmas tree head start. And we've got green lights on both sides. Put a wind light in the strange lane, 697, dead on with a 1. Billy Goss held 5 at the starting line, holds 5 at the finish line for the win. Billy Talbot, League City, Texas, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, 601 the dial. Joey Cram going first with a 615 dialed in. Over on the spectator side of the strange engineering lane. Green lights both sides. Put a wind light in the Phil's Trader Sales of Waco lane. Joey Cram held 1 at the starting line, but goes 2 over, gives it back. 23 10,000ths margin at the finish line. Billy Talbot takes the win to advance. 5 o'clock at KXRP. 89.7 on your FM dial. Next up, Casey Swift and Stephen Hughes. Stephen from Pasadena, Texas, with a 552 dial in. Spots the Maverick 9800s. the red line, the strange lane, Stephen Hughes, 6 thousandths from perfect. Both cars break out. Hughes held one at the starting line. They both break out. It was a 5 thousandths margin. The lesser breakout goes to Stephen Hughes, and he's moving on. Carlos Carrasco, San Antonio, Texas, tower side with a 679 dial-in, gets to go first. Leonardo Casagrande from Lorena, Texas, takes that strange engineering lane, dialed at 565. It's actually a great house. Get it. 679 dead 5, good for the win for Carrasco. 577. 12 over for Great House. Performance falls off and the win light goes to the other side. Next up with the Camaro on the tower side, Larry Harrison from Cowtown, Fort Worth, Texas. 566 the dial in. Mad Max McLaughlin gets to go first. 607 the dial in for Max in the strange engineering lane. Got green lights on both sides this time. Reaction time's close. Who you got? Mad Max turns on the win light, 606 to a 564 in a double breakout affair. Max breaks out 13 10,000ths. That's less. Then Harrison breaks out, and Mad Max will be in round number next. Coming up, Chevy Nova, tower side of the racetrack. Wes Lofton from Groveton with a 549 dial-in going first with a 1900s handicap advantage against Joe Nunke from Killeen, Texas, with the Roadster on that spectator side. Live stream audience, happy to have you joining us from Xtreme Raceway Park, XRP, Texas. House full of hot rods, and we have got day number 1. Run bracket race. Lots more to go. Hang with us. Wind light, strange side, 535, 5 over at 129 miles an hour, takes 16 10,000ths at the finish line. Held 3 at the start, gave most of it back, but just right, 16 10,000ths margin. Nunke with the win. Hey, let me get dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. Wendy McFarland, tower side of the racetrack, 65 Chevy 2 wagon. 630 the dial in, taking on Travis Barnett. Travis from Rayville, Louisiana. 480 the dial, 1.5 seconds head start for Wendy McFarland. Well, a very unusual reset situation. Green lights both sides of the racetrack. McFarland now front. Travis Barnett in hot pursuit. Barnett with a win light, 482, 144 to a breakout 628 at 106.6 miles an hour for Wendy. Barnett, 482, turns on the win light. McFarland held 1 at the starting line, breaks out. Next up, going to be Brandon Caples. West Monroe, Louisiana in the Strange Engineering lane. Kelly Phillips from Scurry, Texas. Gonna be on the tower side. 664 the dial for the S10. 458 the dial for the Camaro. .06 seconds head start for the pickup as Caples brings a hot rod to the race but goes red. 012 red right side, goes dead on with a 7. 458.7, 153 miles per hour, but left that red light shining on his side of the Aggie Time Christmas tree. Kaylee Phillips goes dead on with a 6. 102.3 miles an hour. And that will be good for the win. Next up, going to be Maverick versus Camaro. Daryl Patton from Highlands, Texas, 71 Maverick tower side with a 582 dial in, going first against Dan Bain. Dan from Ruidoso, New Mexico, or as they say in the Panhandle, or as I should say, as we say in the Panhandle, because I'm one of them Flatlanders too. Ruidoso. We also say Amarillo, not Amarillo. But we got green lights on both sides, and Dan Bain will advance. 554, 3 over at 118. Took 3 10,000ths at the stripe, just making it really close and really interesting. Daryl Patton, 584, 2 over at 117. Bain, 3 over. 118.4 miles an hour, held 1 at the starting line, gave all but 3 10,000ths back to turn on the win light. Justin Richards, tower side from Scurry, Texas, the Blue S Dime, taking on Eli Barnett, all the way from Rayville, Louisiana, 610 and 623. 1,300 head start for the pickup. Both drivers with green lights on their side of the tree. 621, 109 to a 607 at 112. They both break out. Barnett breaks out more, puts Richards into the next round. Fox Body Mustang and Mustang Convertible coming at you now. Gilbert Sanchez from Corpus Christi takes the right side. He's got a 636 dialed into the convertible. Tower side, Ty Pittenlater with a 617 dial in. Sanchez goes red, so Pittenlater will come back. 615, 200 at 108.6 miles an hour, but when the red light came on the right side, it was over. Sanchez 635, 105.6. And that'll bring us Jake Howard on the tower side of the racetrack in an all-dime matchup. Get a chance to see the first generation and the second generation of the S10. 635 and 630 to dial ins. Strange Engineering 500's head start. So Mo Data coming on the right side goes 633 and breaks out. It's a 633, 3 over, 9,000's margin at the finish line. Jake Howard takes that Gen 1 S10 and puts it on into another round of competition. Randy Trice from Waxahachie, 599 the dial right side, Strange Lane. Lucas Thomas from Mount Pleasant, 6:13, the dial gets 1400's head start in the dime and the fills lane. And this is one of those cases where rear view mirrors are handy. Lucas Thomas did not need it. Made good and sure he didn't break out. Goes 68 on a 13 dial. Randy Trice with a problem at the launch. Put him way behind. And Thomas is able to advance. Darius Campbell from Burleson, Texas with the Chevy Corvette. C3 version in the fills lane, goes 6:18 on the dial in. Don Davidson from Gilmer with a performance projection of 6:37. Winlight Strange Lane, Davidson, 6:38, one over at 105 miles an hour. Takes 31 thousandths at the stripe. Campbell goes 11 10,000ths under the dial. 6:17 puts him out. Casey Ball back on the motorcycle, 6:02 the dial in. 2 trips to the starting line, 2 win lights thus far. His opponent from the hub city, Lubbock, Texas. Now, if you're from Mississippi, you're saying, I thought that was Hattiesburg. You're right, in Mississippi, but we in Texas. Chris Pope, Lubbock, Texas, 5:33 the dial in for the Mustang in that strange engineering lane. Thousands red for Chris Pope, puts a win light on the tower side for Casey Ball. So 3 trips to the starting line, 3 win lights for the bike. Next up, 1956 Chevy Bel Air, the beautiful ride of Jeff and Justin Endicott. Justin behind the wheel with a 610 dial, takes 800's head start against the 602 dial in for Colton Wheeler with the white S10 from Wichita, Kansas. And the red light is in the strange engineering lane, 603, one over at 110.7 miles an hour. Endicott takes 36 thousandths at the stripe, but breaks out. 606 on a 610 dial in. That puts a win light in the strange lane, and Colton Wheeler moves on. That'll bring us Crew Garrett with the dragster in the Phil's Trader Sales of Waco lane. That is a 465 dialed in against the 568 dialed in on the right side for Brian Harris. Across the 660, the one line is in the left lane. Crew Garrett, 465, dead zero. 146 miles an hour, kind of hard to beat. Harris goes 570, 2 over at 118 miles an hour. Crew holds 1 at the starting line, almost 3 at the finish line, as that dragster was picking them up and laying them down. Goes dead on with a 0. Next up, Leah Hughes got a fast dragster on the left side. Neil Sherry got a fast dragster on the right side. 486 and 474, 1200's head start for Sherry in the strange lane. At the finish line, the Sticky Mickeys do the job for Leah Hughes, 477, 3 over at 141 miles an hour. Takes 2/10,000ths at the finish line for the win. Neil Sherry, 486, dead 2 at 142 miles an hour. Not enough, but not by much. 2/10,000ths margin at the stripe. Leah Hughes gets it done. Next up, pair of dragsters again. Frank Cahotek from Mesquite, Texas takes that right side strange lane. 471 the dial for Frank. He's going first. 2200's head start against Josh Herman. Josh on the tower side in that Phil's lane with a 449 dial. On the tower side, 449 dead one at 147 miles an hour to a breakout 470. Cahotek breaks out 19/10,000ths. Held one at the starting line but broke out and gave it back. Caden having trouble getting the car to come back after the burnout, but now it's taken care of. The Quality Care Automotive Machine with a 440 dial in. Taking on Jay Fitzgerald from Corpus Christi. Jay from down there in AEP Central country with a 1900s head start, dialed at 459. You gotta go 3 digits to see the difference in this reaction time. What a drag race. 457 and 438. They both go under. Fitzgerald goes under by less and puts a win light in his lane. Next pair coming up here in round number 2, Jennifer Johnson, Terrell, Texas. Tower side and a 442 dial in. Taking on Tony Kotzer. Tony from Falls City, Texas. $5,700s. Head start to the dragster on the right side. Tony K running those Sticky Mickeys from Carter Maxwell. Your friend in the tire business ought to be Carter Maxwell. Both of these dragsters running Sticky Mickeys. On their way down the racetrack, it's going to be JJ Jennifer Johnson with the win light, 1 over 443, takes 67/10,000ths at the finish line. Tony K goes 1/10,000ths under the dial, 498 with a 99 on a 499 dial. That is close. That's the game we play. Thousandths, 10,000ths of a second. Not uncommon to win or lose by that margin. Corey Collier, Bossier City, Texas, 474 the dial tower side against a 472 dial Vince Taylor. Vince from across the street, Red Oak, Texas. Reaction times, both sides. Man, oh man, what a race. Win light tower side dead on with a 2 at 144 miles an hour. Taylor goes dead on with a 5. Dead on to dead on again. Next pair coming to the starting line going to be Greg Muth from Bernie, Texas. Taking on Little Rock, Rocky McLean the second from Fort Worth, Texas, 461 and 470 with dial-ins. The Hill Country car gets the 900 head start. And the red light goes to Little Rock, 460 with a 0, 147 to a 468 with a 5 at 147. Double breakout. Rocky breaks out 4 thousandths less and turns on the win light. Bree Bandamere Herman, Towerside, Pueblo, Colorado, 442 the dial in. Against Tom Wilkinson from Leander, Texas, 498 the dial down the right side. 56. Drivers in, green light left side, green light right side, 5 thousandths too quick for Wilkinson, puts a win light on the tower side. 440, 156, and 498, 138. Wilkinson dead on with a 2, but 57 ten thousandths too quick on the trigger. Turns on that red light. AccuTime says, sorry, not today. Racy J.C. Jones is next up in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Got a 466 dialed into the dragster out of Maybank, Texas. Gets 200's head start against Quade Dozier. Quade's fast dragster is from the last town in Lubbock County when you're headed this way. Slayton, Texas. Quade is dialed at 464. In the strange lane. 463 to a 464, a double breakout affair. Dozier breaks out less and turns on the win light. Can't think of Lubbock, Texas without thinking about Joe Ely. I keep my fingernails long so they click when I play the piano. Luke Johns from Floresville, Texas, near San Antonio. He takes that right side lane. Has a 441 dialed in, taking on Steve Collier from Benton, Louisiana, 454. The dial failed for Louisiana, so it's going to be a win for Collier as Johns goes red. 21 ten thousandths red on the right side with a 441, runs dead 4 at 159.8. But AccuTime says not today. 21 ten thousandths too quick. Steve Collier, 26 ten thousandths to the good side. Runs dead on with a 5 at 154 miles an hour. And the great racing just goes on pair after pair after pair. Billy Simpson, past track champion here at Xtreme Raceway Park. He's from Kennedale, Texas. Has a 497 dialed into the dragster in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. His opponent, Johnny Ezel, with a 474 dialed in on the strange side. Green light left, green light right. Win light comes on in the strange engineering lane, 473 to a 495. It's a double breakout. Ezel breaks out 27 ten thousandths. Simpson breaks out 010. Put that win light in the strange lane and send Mr. Ezel to the next round. And another pair of dragsters at the starting line ready to go. They've completed their burnouts and they're on their way back. Getting ready to put it back in the forward gear. Make a quick trip down Route 660 here at Xtreme Raceway Park. Both of these dragsters from Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. Ratliff City, Oklahoma, home for J.J. Russell on the tower side with a 447 dial. And Aaron Gibson from Idabel, Oklahoma, dialed at 425. 17 ten thousandths too quick, and Aaron Gibson will be the beneficiary of that red light. 423, 167 to a 448 at 153 with a red light on that side of the Christmas tree. Next up, going to be Corey Neighbors from Lebo, Kansas. 521 the dial for Corey. 453 the dial for Bart Nelson. Bart from LaPorte takes that strange engineering lane. On both sides. Win light's going to be in the strange engineering lane. 004 on the tree takes out Corey Neighbors. Now 453 dead on with a 4. Put a 4 in a 4. It's an 8-pack for Bart Nelson. That was the margin at the finish line too. 8 thousandths of a second. 521 dead on with an 8. But gave up 6 thousandths at the starting line. Bart Nelson uses that to his advantage and takes the win. Texas bounty hunter Galen Smith in the dragster for the first year in his life. Racing David Bird Jones, they're both dialed at 467, so it's going to be a heads up. And Galen goes 03 red. David Bird Jones, 5 thousandths green, runs 464 at 147. Galen goes dead on his dial-in, 467 with an 8 at 147 plus miles an hour. But a little early, 036 red gives David Bird Jones the win light. Next up, Curtis Stevenson from Coffeyville, Kansas, where they like to race on the street. 455 the dial in for the dragster on the tower side against Austin Free. Austin's got the black dragster in the strange lane, dialed at 481. Drew Poche for the wait and see buy round, please. Drew Poche, put you for the wait and see buy round, please. At the finish line, put a win light on the tower side, 451 at 153, and a win light for Curtis Stevenson. Austin Free, dead on with a 4, but red at the start, 36 ten thousandths too quick. Stevenson moves on. Carson Stuckey, Claremore, Oklahoma, taking on Carson Wheeler from Wichita, Kansas. 466 left side, 498 right side. Figures out to a 3200s head start for Carson Wheeler in the Kansas car. Green lights both sides, here we go. Put a win light on the tower side as the Oklahoma car gets it done. Dead on with a 6 at 148 to a 1 over 499 at 137 miles an hour. 23 ten thousandths at the finish line. Wheeler held 5 thousandths at the start. Somewhere lost 7 because the margin was 2 at the finish. Next up, as we continue, round number 2 in our 5K warm-up of the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown. Clint Dosser, Jacksonville, Texas, tower side, 484 the dial. John Sherry, Royce City, Texas, 467 the dial. That was over early. 443 red for Dosser gives Sherry the free ride. 466, 147 to a red lighting 482 at 143.1 miles an hour. Coming up at 7 p.m., Junior Dragster Racers, you'll get one time trial. but we will run a junior dragster gambler race today. Paul Smith from Tomball, Texas, 5'11", the dial on the tower side of the racetrack. And Todd Robinson doing the chasing in a dragster out of Corpus Christi. Todd's dialed at 472. Reaction times practically identical. Wind light in the full struggle starts long. It's a breakout for Todd Robinson, 471 with a 4 on a 72 dial. Paul Smith dead on with a 1. 132 miles an hour takes the win. Next pair of dragsters coming your way. Tyler Cromwell from Ardmore, Oklahoma. Just the other side of the Red River is on the tower side with a 428 dial in. Russell Marr from Seatowns takes that right side lane. Puts a 469 dial in on it. Gives him 41 100ths head start against that fast dragster out of Oklahoma. From Oklahoma goes red. Runs 430 at 162 miles an hour, but Russell Marr gets the benefit of the red light on the left side as he was on the right side, runs 467 at 148, and we'll go on to the next round. Chad Branham, Caddo Mills, Texas. The Rafter P Construction Dragsters dialed at 478. Gets a 1400s head start against Randall Reed from Commerce, Texas. Reed on the right side. Well, the red light's going to be in the strange engineering lane. Reed holds 2 at the starting line, goes 1 over at 146 miles an hour. Big C runs 77, breaks out by 33 10,000ths. Randall Reed is moving on to the next round. We are in second round action in our Thursday all-run $5,000 warm-up race. Sonny Barclay from Crockett, Texas. Tower side at a 468 dial in, 1300s head start against Justin Richards. Justin out of Scurry, Texas, in that red and white dragster in the strange engineering lane. $5,000 to win this race today. 750 runner-up, 250 semifinals, 75. And at the finish line, put a win light in the strange lane, 454 to 465, another double breakout. Plenty of grip out on the racing service today, 454, 150. Oh 36. 036. Kurt Harvey II from Greenville, Texas. Tower side in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane has got a 490 dialed in. Gets a 500s head start. To the dragster in the strange engineering lane. And Needmo goes red. So Needmo goes out and Harvey goes on 488, 140.5 miles an hour. And Needmo with a 493 at 139.7. Both cars under the dial. But Needmo data goes 2000s red. Kenny Probst, 459 the dial in. Kevin Wilson, 408 the dial in. So we've seen some cars dial in the 4.3 and 4.2 second zone, and that's normally pretty quick. But usually the response when people see Kevin Wilson's dial is he dialed what? 408. Very nice, fair size. Here we go. One line in the strange lane, 410, 2 over at 170 miles an hour. Kenny Probst breaks out by 2/10,000ths of a second. Probst holds 2 at the starting line, breaks out by 2/10,000ths. Man, get that man some Tums, he might need it. Kevin Wilson, 410, 174 miles an hour, moves on. And if you thought 408 was quick for a bracket racing dial-in, how about Ron Scott's 405? Next up in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane. Against Drew Porche from Montgomery, Texas, a 609 dial-in to the S10 truck. Well, this is one of those cases where the rear view mirror would have been extremely helpful. Drew goes 608 and breaks out. Ron Scott had all kinds of trouble at the starting line. About the best thing he could say about that run was he did not go red because he will advance. Pooh. So that was the final pair there in our second round of competition, our $5,000 to win warm-up race here on Thursday at Xtreme Raceway Park under beautiful blue skies here in North Texas with white puffy clouds. I normally call that chaos weather. It's perfect for drag racing, and we're happy to have you, whether you're on the live stream or here in person. Welcome to Xtreme Raceway Park. The Pennington brothers bringing you the Super Bucks Showdown presented by Carter Maxwell. Those Goodyear Eagles and Sticky Mickeys from Mickey Thompson Tires showing out. I've noticed how many of the teams are running those tires, and my goodness, performances have been outstanding. So we're going to take a momentary break right here while the track staff does a little bit of work on the racetrack. They want to make sure that the pristine conditions remain, and we will move shortly into round 3 of eliminations. When we do that, I'm going to turn the microphone back over to our man Dylan Lee. He'll take you from here. So while we have a quiet moment for our track maintenance, your wait and see buy run for round number 3 will be Coy Collier, car number 4251. Your wait and see buy run for round number 3 will be Coy Collier on car number 4251.
Once again, juniors, we will be having a gambler's race for you this evening as well. Your time run will take place at about 7 p.m. So if you've not already done so, head on over to registration. Get entered into that. It'll be the same format as our junior gamblers that's on the flyer for tomorrow. So 300 to win, 150 to runner up, 75 to semis. All for the low, low price of a $40 entry fee. So junior gamblers, your time run will be at 7 p.m. You can go ahead and make your way over to registration if you've not already done so. Track maintenance is underway, and we will be calling y'all up for third round here shortly. Attention in the pits, no box. Round number 3, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. No box, round 3. We need you to the lanes now, please. No box, round number 3. To the staging lanes, please. Once again, no box, round number 3. We need you in the lanes, please. No box, round number 3 to the staging lane. Final call, no box to the lanes, please. Final call, no box, round number 3. And we will also take Super Pro door cars to the staging lanes as well. Super Pro door cars to the lanes, please. As I hear no box cars making the corner under the suites, I do need my Super Pro door cars to the lanes as well. Super Pro door car to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door car, round number 3 to lanes 3 and 4. As Justin Cervantes and Chad Sandlin will kick things off on the bottom bulb side of the equation. Cervantes will line up on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack and will dial in at 6 flat. And Chad Sandlin. 613, the number displayed at the bottom of the Strange Engineering scoreboard. As your first pair of round number 3 approach the starting line. Once again, Super Pro door cars, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro door cars to the lanes, please. Green lights appear. Advantage on this end goes Sandlin's way, and the win light will as well. 004 green, 612 is 2 thou under the dial in. Gets there first by 009. Cervantes was 22 on this end, but 11 thou under. Is that much more under than Chad? And Chad will be back for round number 4. Lucas Thomas and Drew Porsche. Up next, Porsche on the right. We'll dial in at 609. And Lucas Thomas, left side, dial 618. To a 48 advantage Porsche, win light Porsche, 39 green, take 006 worth of finish line to be 15 thou above the dial in. Lucas Thomas was 48 on this end and 13 above on that end. And when you add those numbers together, it's approximately 6 thousandths of a second more than what Drew was. Casey Baugh and James Asbill. Ball left side on the motorcycle, dial 605. Asbill, right side of the racetrack in the Camaro, dial 621. Separate them, one of them's perfect. Win light says Casey Bob. Trip, zip, green. And goes 607 on a 605 dial in. He's 26 thou above. Taking 18 thou worth of finish line stripe. Asbill 54 on this end and 9 thou under on that end is no help. And the motor scooter will return. Tim Stuckey v. Gerald Henderson. Stuckey will be on the left, dials in at 626. Henderson on the right, dials 588. Win light says Tim Stuckey 23 green and 627 on a 626 dial in. Gets him there first by 8 thou. Henderson 41 green and dead on 7 is not enough to turn on the electric. Jake Howard and Hudson Partney. Hudson on the right in the Camaro, dials 7 flat, and Jake Howard. The Princeton, Texas headquartered pick-em-up truck. Left side dials in at 630. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars, we need you to the lane. Super Pro Door Cars, we need you. We need you now. I don't like to count my chicks before they hatch, but I think we can start counting on this one. Howard, you're winner 21 green, a 10th above. Taking well over a 10th and a half worth of finish line. Hudson was dead late and goes 703 on a 7 flat. John Singleton and Richie Powers up next. Singleton on the left, dials 641. Powers on the right, dials 665. Singleton working the throttle cable pretty good. He gets the win light, 31 green, 649 on a 641 dial in. Powers reaction time started with a 1. Goes 667 on the 665 dial in. As that concludes the no box half of our equation here. Our Super Pro Door Cars should be making their way under the suites ever so shortly. And if you drive a Super Pro Door Car and you are not in the staging lanes and you are in competition in round number 3, now would be a great time to head this direction. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars, you have been called to the lanes for round number 3. As our first couple of pairs of door car have made their way to the ready line stripe, go ahead and make this your final call for door cars. Final call door car, round number 3. If you are not here, you are late. Final call door cars for round number 3. To the lanes, please. Billy Talbot and Billy Goss. I will bet next week's paycheck that Billy is going to turn on a win light here. Talbot left side, League City, Texas, dial 602. Goss on the right from Wills Point. He will dial 697. Three-foul separating. This one's pretty lean and mean. Win like Goss, 006 green, 697, dead on 4 to be 10 total. Talbot was 009 green, takes 2 thou worth of finish line to be under by 1 single thousandth of a second. Not a whole lot wrong with that. As Keith Richards and Chad Hankins make their way towards the pre-stage beams. Keith on the left, Petersburg, Michigan, where he calls home 650. What he says. The Vega is going to go, and Chad Hankins. Winsboro, Texas, Chevy 2, dials 539, away we go. 11th thou separate them, win light Hankins, 27 green, 639, dead 9. To turn on the lamp. Richard, 16 green, but 27 thou worth of finish line leaves him 8 thou under. Dalton Loomis and Jeremy Heffler up next. Loomis on the left out of Beaumont, dial 623. Heffler on the right in the Geo, dials 597. Every time Heffler pulls on the starting line, I say words I never thought I would say, such as in the Geo. 10 thou separate advantage. Dalton Loomis, win light, Dalton Loomis. 008 green in a double breakout effort. Goes 622, 9 on a 623 dial in. He's under by a thou. Heffler was 18 green. He's under by a hund. Attention in the pits, Draxers. We will take you to the lanes, please. Draxers. Come one, come all. Draxers, round number 3. We need you to the lanes, please. Bobby Mendez, Cliff Lovelace. Mendez left, 543. Lovelace right, 592. This one is all. Never mind. Mendez, your winner, 49 green, 543, dead on 2. Gets away with 1. Lovelace let go 16 green, but takes 400ths worth of finish line to be 6 thousandths under the dial in. Once again, Draxers to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 3, please. Draxers, round number 3. We need you to the lanes at this time. Wayne Pratt and Travis Barnett. On track now, Pratt left side, dials 593. Barnett on the right. The Louisiana-based ride, dials 482. Leaning green, 11 thou the difference. Winlight Pratt, 23 green, 593, dead 7. To turn on the lamp, Barnett, 12 green, goes 480 on a 482. Go ahead. Jarrett Lofton and Stephen Hughes. Loft on the left, dials 609. Hughes on the right, dials 553. This one's all Stephen Hughes. Win light Stephen Hughes, 007. Double breakout drag race. He gets there. It gets behind. 551.9 on a 553 dial in. Lofton was 26 green. Take 15 thou worth of finish line to go 604 on a 609. As he would have had to find the brake pedal a lot to make that one work out. Carlos Carrasco, Bruce White up next. Carrasco left side, dial 679. White on the right. Say that 5 times fast. Dial 674. Win like Carrasco. 013 on this end, 681.3. 23 thou above the dial in on that end. Gets him 17 worth of finish line. White was 37 green and 16 thou above. Could not make it work. Jay Bunce and Dennis Lithgow up next. Bunce left side in the wagon, dial 603. Lithgow on the right in the Corvette Roadster, dials 488. Once again, Draxers, you have been called to lanes 5 and 6, please. Draxers for round number 3. We need you to the lanes, please. Advantage Jay Bunce, win light Jay Bunce. He's 005 green, 604.7, 17 thou above the dial in. Lithgow 11 green. Gets there first by 13 thou to be 3 thou under. Which will bring up Heath Phillips and Max McLaughlin. Phillips on the left, dial 623. Mad Max on the right, dial 607. Wheels up and green lights a pair. 9 thou Max has to work with and will not get it done. Heath Phillips, your winner, 19 green, dead on 7 to make it work from behind Max's front wheel. Max 10 green, 17 thou worth of finish line, leaves him 3 thou under, as he would have needed to take 14 thou or less. Which will bring up Kaylee Phillips and Colton Wheeler. Kaylee on the left, going to try to replicate what Heath just did. She will dial in at 664. Colton Wheeler, the Wichita, Kansas-based S-Dime, dials 602. As Kaylee's in, Colton's in, away we go. Win light, Colton Wheeler. How about 008 dead on 6 to turn on the win light? That would be 14 total. Kaylee was 19 green, leaving her ineligible. Goes 663.1 and a 664. Not a bad lap, but when your opponent's 14 total, it doesn't work. Guillermo T. Arena and Joe Noonke. Joe on the right dials 530. Guillermo on the left dials 615. $18,000 and one is perfect. One light, Guillermo. Trip Zip Green, 617-1. Is 21 thou above the dial and getting there first by 24 thousandths of a second. Noonke was 18 green, 532 on a 530, had no chance. And Guillermo will return. Ethan Marr and Dan Bain, your next pair. Ethan on the left dials 554. Dan on the right dials 551. So they're going to be just about door handle to door handle for the entirety of the lap. It'll be about 300 from door handle to door handle. Win light Ethan Marr 007, dead 5, 12 total to get there first by 5 thousandths of a second. Dan Bain 33 green, 549 on a 551, had nowhere to go with it. And Ethan will move on. Casey Baugh and Ty Farmer. Up next. Farmer on the right will dial 642. Casey on the left, the two-wheeled ride. We'll leave exactly 42 hundredths of a second after that, dials in at 6 flat. Red light and good night, Casey Baugh by Trip Zip 8. Farmer will move on, 009, dead on 2. 11 total. As Casey Baugh is red by 8/10 thousandths of 1 second. Lucas Thomas and Jason McFarland. Lucas on the left dials 614. Jason on the right dials 542. Upright him when light says. Jason McFarland, 003 green, 542, dead on 4. Gets there by 004. Thomas was trip zip on this end, but 11 thou above the dial in leaves him just a wee bit short. Hey, trip zip 1 above 1. I'll take that any day of the week. Jake Howard and Don Davidson up next as our first dragster has made his way into the water. Howard on the left dial 630, Davidson on the right dial 637. One Hun separate them. Advantage Howard, but the win light will go to Don Davidson. 033 on the starting line, 639 on a 637. Gets to the finish line first by 6 thousandths. Howard 23 green, but 633 on a 630 will not advance. As Crew Garrett and Wendy McFarland come up. As I was saying earlier, for various reasons, I positively despise OU. But Crew Garrett's helmet is pretty freaking cool. I'll give him that. An exact replica of the football helmet, complete with the SEC logo. If only it wasn't those colors or that logo or whatever. Anyway, crew left side 464. Wendy right side dial 628. Wheels up for Wendy. Here comes crew. Crew ought to have this one well handled, and he does. 10 green, 470 on a 464 dial in. Gets there first by a 10th. Wendy forgot to let go. Goes 627 on a 628. It at least looked cool for the picture. I'll give her that. As crew moves on, Josh Herman and Jay Fitzgerald will be up next as we are fully into dragsters now. That being said, dragsters, you've definitely been called to the lanes, and if you're not here, please get here now. Dragsters for round number 3. We are running you right now. Herman on the left, dials 449. Fitzgerald on the right, dials 457. Herman will move on as Fitzgerald turns a red by Trip Zip 3. Herman 005 green and 4th out under. Fitzgerald Trip Zip 3 red and goes dead on 6. Just to add a little insult to injury. Leah Hughes and Aaron Gibson up next. Leah. Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack. The RSH ride dials 473. And Aaron Gibson 423. The dial-in displayed on the Strange scoreboard. Definitely got quarter advantage Leah Hughes, but the win light goes to Aaron Gibson. Ouch. 35 green, dead 0 to turn on the strobe. Leah was 10 green on this end, but 41 thou worth the finish line leaves her 17 thou under the dial-in. Bree Bandemir and Johnny Ezel up next. Bandemir from Pueblo, Colorado, dials 441. Johnny Ezel. JBR out of Louisiana, dials 473. $7,000 difference advantage. Johnny, win light, Bree Bandemir. 20 green, 442. 17 thou above the dial in. Johnny Ezel was 13 green. Goes 471 on a 473. He's 12 thou under. The finish margin will read 36 thou, but I believe he got fed all of that. Jennifer Johnson and Bart Nelson up next. Jen on the left, dials 442. Bart on the right, dials 453. Final call, round number 3. You have all been called. Final call, round number 3. All y'all have been called to the lanes. Final call, round 3 to the staging lanes. One light, Bart Nelson. 13 green, 454 is 19 thou above the dial in. Jennifer was 37 green and 13 thou above. As that'll go down as a wee hole shot, if you will. Which will bring up Quade Dozier and Ron Scott. Dozier on the left, dials 463. Scott on the right, dials 405. It's not the tamest of race cars to watch, let me tell you. Give it up. One foul, separate them, win light, Wade Dozier. 009 green gets there first by 008 to be dead on 3. That, my friends, would be 12 total. Ron Scott was 002 green, but 406 on a 405 is 18 thou above. And that's 8 thou too much above. Steve Collier and John Sherry will line up next. Collier on the left dials 454. Sherry on the right dials 466. Win light says John Sherry, 30 green, gets gifted 003 of finish line to go 467 on a 466. Collier, 13 green. But 456 is 28 thou above the dial in, and I believe he might have kicked that one too many times. Once again, final call for round number 3. Absolute and positively last and final call for round number 3. Paul Smith and Kevin Wilson on track now. Smith on the left dials 510. Wilson on the right dials 409. Tom versus Magnolia on the racetrack, and they are dead locked even. 009's a pair. Win light Paul Smith. 009, one above 2 is good enough, as K-Dub is also 009, but puts it 2 thou under the dial in. Takes 13 thou worth the finish line, had to take 11 or less. And at $1.75, that is way easier said than done. Kurt Harvey and Rocky McLean. Up next, Kurt on the left, the Greenville base, Rafter P construction ride, dials 489. The Rock 2 on the right, dials 460. One light, Little Rock, 009 green, 460, dead on 8. Gets there first by 009. Harvey was 23 green, goes dead on 4, but could not overcome the reaction time deficit. And Rocky will move on. Curtis Stevenson and Randall Reed. Up next, Stevenson, Coffeyville, Kansas. Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack, dials 452. Reed on the right out of Commerce. 464 what he says. The strange scoreboard is going to display here momentarily. One foul. Separate them, win light, Stevenson. 10 green, dead on 1, 11 total. As Randall Reed was 11 up front and had the slimmest of chances but could not make it work. Takes 11 thou worth of finish line to technically be 12 thou under. Carson Stuckey and David Jones. Stuckey on the left, dials 466. Bird on the right, dials 464. Bird is most certainly not the word this time. Stuckey, your winner, 003 green, 466, dead 3 for a 6-pack. Bird was trying, 004 red. Goes 463 on a 464. Hey, juniors, your time run for your Gamblers race will be after the conclusion of round number 4. So the Junior Gamblers Race time run will take place after round number 4. And speaking of round number 4, no box. Round number 4, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box, round number 4. It's that time, no box, round 4. To the staging lanes, please. Justin Richards and Russell Marr make their way to the pre-stage beams. Richards on the left, dials 454. Marr on the right, dials 468, and away we go. Red light Justin Richards by 008. Russell Marr 002 green, 468, dead 5 to be 7 total. Kaylee, for what it's worth, Justin had no shot at that even if it was green. 008 red, 454 8 on a 454 dial-in. And Russell Marr is 7 total. Your by-car, Coy Collier, makes his way to the free stage beam and dials 474. Once again, no box, round number 4. We need you to the lanes, please. No box, round 4 to lanes 1 and 2. Collier is 10 green and airs it out to be 3 thou under. As that concludes round number 3, your wait and see buy run for round number 4 will be Casey Ball on his 491B car number. Car number 4, I guess that would be bike number in this particular instance. 491B, Casey Ball, you are the wait and see buy run. That would be in your no box entry for round number 4. Round number 4, no box. You should be making your way to the lanes, and I know there's only a handful of y'all left, so if I was a Super Pro door car, I'd go ahead and start kind of getting ready. You've not been called yet, but you are on standby. And I will once again relinquish control of the microphone to the ever so capable Mr. David.
Round number 4 coming your way here in just a matter of moments. Hey racers, while it's quiet and you can hear me, got a request. If you have some old slicks that you're wanting to get rid of, you can leave them here at the racetrack. We would be happy to take them off your hands. They always come in extremely handy for putting on the back of our big heavy equipment to make sure when we're brooming and dragging that we've got some great rubber behind that tractor to apply some of that rubber to the racing surface. So if you happen to have some takeoffs that you are no longer going to use and you want to leave them here, we would be happy to take them. Fuel station is available with nitrous oxide with racing fuel. Make sure you keep those fuel jugs filled, and if you're using nitrous oxide, we can fill those for you too. And we've got the Xtreme Grill down there turning out great food as always. Do your part to stay well fed and hydrated so you don't miss any of this action. We've got No box coming up for the beginning of round number 4. As the hits just keep on coming, we continue to see margins of victory in the thousandths and 10,000ths of a second. You got to make sure that you have the best equipment when you're going to go bracket racing with the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown. Part of that includes the tires on the back of that car. Goodyear, Eagles, and Mickey Thompson tires, best you can get. Carter Maxwell's the place to go to get those items of rolling stock for your race car. Be sure to let them become your friend in the tire business. Once again, I want to welcome our live stream audience to Xtreme Raceway Park. Thanks to George Atchison of Going Bracket Racing for bringing the live stream to our fans across the globe. Round number 4 is coming up. Junior Dragsters, your time trial will be right after round number 4. On the off chance, Junior Dragsters, that you have not already got yourself registered for the Gamblers Race tonight, you can take care of that at the registration, which is at the pavilion very close to the concession stand, right up by the tower. So take care of that promptly if you have not already, as your time trial Junior Dragsters will be right after this round of eliminations in our Thursday All Run $5,000 warm-up. Live stream audience, to set the lay of the land for you, if you've not ever been to Xtreme Raceway Park, it's a place that we would invite you to come to. There's always some great racing going on here. We are on the east side of Interstate 45 south of Dallas, and just 14 miles north of Ennis if you're coming from Houston. On I-45, when you see the Buc-ee's at Ennis, 14 miles later, you will see big flags in the wind. That'll be Xtreme Raceway Park. Racing brackets and grudge and pro mods and specialty events and much more. Every Sunday afternoon we have got a test and tune. It's wide open. You'll see everything from street cars to funny cars. That's one of those opportunities that people get to come here and test on one of the best racing surfaces in the known universe. Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars to the lanes, please. Just to give everybody a heads up for tomorrow, we've got even more of this going on tomorrow. Track goes hot at 9 a.m. We'll kick it off then with no box. We've got risky business no box going on, plus Super Pro. And after round 4 of eliminations, going to be the duck race, plus junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, sportsman, and modified tomorrow. Gamblers tonight. Junior dragster time trial. Your one shot at the racetrack before the gamblers race commences tonight. It's going to be right after this round in our $5,000 warm-up. So have those cars ready and be ready to answer the call when it comes. Race director says no box is coming up to the ready stripe. So we're getting ready for round number 4, $5,000 Thursday all-run warm-up race. $5,000 to the winner, $750 runner-up, $250 to semifinalists, $75 to the quarterfinalists. $34 cars left in. That's 6 rounds, barely. So it'll go quick. 5,000 American dollars on an Independence Day weekend, going to the winner of our warm-up race. We hear them coming up towards the starting line. Live stream fans, you hear us talking about the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. That's the left lane. Strange Engineering lane, that's the right lane. Track runs in a northeasterly direction. First barrel ready to go. It's going to be a double shot of bow tie. Tim Stuckey with the gray Malibu. Tower side has a 626 dialed in. Drew Porche from Montgomery, Texas, 609 the dial in. 1700's head start for the Malibu on the tower side of the racetrack in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. 254-752-6200 to upgrade your trailer program. Stage up and ready, wheels up, and here we go. Stream lights both sides. Looks like the red light's in the strange lane. It is flashing. 612, 3 over at 104. Drew held quite a bit at the starting line. Held 6 at the starting line, holds 2 at the finish line. It was plenty. Stuckey goes 626, goes dead on with a 0, but 078 at the starting line was the end of the road. John Singleton, Weatherford, Texas, representing Team Pentastar with the yellow Dodge on the tower side. 643 the dial in against Chad Sandlin's Dime with a 616 dialed in. One hundredth of a second too quick. Turns on a red light on the left side. Singleton goes out. Sandlin goes on. 650 and 85 miles an hour. Takes it easy on the equipment as the wind light was already on. You got a choice when that happens. You can run it out and see just how quick your car will go. Or when it's 90 plus degrees, you might just take it easy on the equipment so it's quicker to cool. Will not be long before that next round comes about. Door cars, if you aren't in the lanes for round number 4, you're late. All door cars, Super Pro door cars, you need to be in the lanes now. Final call, door cars. Final call, door cars for round 4. If you're not in the lanes, we would really prefer not to run without you, but we're about to start. Final call, door cars, round 4. Jake Howard and Billy Goss bring their 20-cent whip to the starting line. That'd be 2 dimes. 632 and 697 your dial-ins. Billy Goss going first down that strange engineering lane. $6,500 head start for the man in orange. Man, 6/10,000ths difference at the starting line, and the win line goes to Billy Goss, 697, dead on with a 1. He was 006 with a 4 on the starting line. Jake Howard was 007. Jake takes 24 10,000ths at the finish line. That breaks him out 18 10,000ths. And the close racing just keeps on going. Billy Goss got it done, dead 1. With a 6 on the tree, a 7-pack for the win. That'll bring us Wayne Pratt and Ty Farmer. Ty takes the right side, strange lane, and he'll go first, down at 642. Wayne Pratt, Blooming Grove, Texas, 1967, the original Chevrolet Camaro, tower side of the racetrack in the Phil's lane. Got a 593 dial in. And we got green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree and another win light in the strange lane. 642, dead 4 at 104 miles an hour with a 008 reaction time for Farmer. Puts him out ahead by 2 at the starting line, and he's ahead by 2 at the finish line. Wayne Pratt dead on with a 9 at 114.45 miles an hour. Goes dead on but gave up just enough at the starting line. Ty Farmer will move on. Ethan Marr from Seatown, Corsicana. 554 the dial in Tower Side, and 69 Yinko Camaro taking on Chad Hankins from Winsboro, Texas. 539 the dial for Hankins. And it's going to be 539 dead 4 at 127.2 miles an hour to a 554 dead 7 for Ethan Marr. Once again, dead on to dead on. But a starting line advantage of 200s for Hankins puts him 200s ahead at the finish line for the win light. Bobby Mendez, Taft, Texas, Tower Side with the Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro. It's dialed at 543, 200s quicker, 200 slower than Jason McFarland, who's got the Vega dialed at 541. And the red light at the start puts a win light at the finish in the Strange Engineering lane. 541 dead on with an 8, 127.5 miles an hour. McFarland on the way to round number 5. Mendez 15 10,000ths under, 542.8 on a 543, but a red light at the start was the end of the line. Dalton Loomis from Beaumont, Texas with a 623 dial in going first in that black Chevy Nova in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane against Stephen Hughes. Pasadena, Texas, home of Gillies. Hughes doing the pursuing with a 551 dial in to the Dodge Demon. To double O in the win line once again. In that Strange lane, 89 10,000ths margin at the stripe. 551 dead on to a 624 1 over. Dragsters, I'm looking for you in the lanes, please. Dragsters, I'm looking for you in the staging lanes. Mr. Pennington, just so as you know, the WhatsApp's coming through, the text is not. Dragsters to the lanes, please, for your round 4. At the starting line, Jay Bunch from Piedmont, Oklahoma. Tower Side, 603 the dial. Don Davidson from Gilmer. Davidson dial 637. We're green on both sides of that AccuTime Christmas green. And we are racing. Put a one light in the Strange lane, 55 10,000ths margin. Davidson 2 over at 107. Bunce 4 over at 112.3. They were close at the finish line, 55 10,000ths margin. Guillermo Tijerina from Hidalgo, Texas, Tower Side with the Fox Body Mustang, 616 the dial, 1500s head start against Colton Wheeler from Wichita, Kansas. And the win line goes to Wheeler. 603, 2 over at 112.81 miles an hour. Guillermo, 615, breaks out 68 10,000ths. Put a win light in the Strange Engineering lane. Once again, dragsters, we're looking for you in the staging lanes, round 4 dragsters. Race fans, we are very fortunate here at Xtreme Raceway Park to have an awesome group of sponsors that continue to help us make this happen week in and week out. Wills Point Ford and Wills Point Chevrolet in Wills Point, Texas. John Crow and his team of professionals will help you get that brand new Ford, brand new Chevrolet, or pre-owned cars. Wills Point Ford can be reached at 903-873-2511. Wills Point Chevrolet, 1-888-662-7961. Be sure and tell them that Xtreme sent you. Junior dragsters to your staging area, please. If you've raced here before, you know where that is. We call it the fire lane. Junior dragsters to staging for your time trial. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes for your time trial, please. Once again, junior dragsters, it's time for your time run. You get one. Come to your staging area, please. Junior dragsters to staging. You know, it's a different spot. If you're racing with us, you've probably been here before. Follow somebody that looks like they know where they're going. Junior dragsters to your staging area, please. Big car dragsters, need you in the staging lanes if you're not already there. And of course, we invite you to follow Xtreme Raceway Park on social media. That Facebook page is kept up to date on a daily basis, so you can keep track of all the racing that's going on out here. If it's not bracket racing, it's pro mods. If it's not pro mods, it's grudge racing. If it's not grudge racing, it could be muscle car racing, nostalgia racing, motorcycles. We've got it all, and we do it every single week at Xtreme Raceway Park. Lots of time for testing, especially on Sunday afternoons. You'll see everything from street cars to funny cars. .70. Loving my job on a Thursday afternoon, waiting for the smoke to clear. Man, talk about your smoke show. We got one. All that tire smoke from the burnout just enveloped the tower. Now I can see Carlos Carrasco, San Antonio, Texas. 1967 Pontiac Firebird, the very first year of the F-bodies from General Motors. Firebird dialed at 678. Heath Phillips on the right side in the dime, dialed at 670. 800's head start for the Firebird. single 9,000ths red. So Heath Phillips is going to the next round. Puts a 681 on the board at 100 miles an hour. Carlos with a 689 at 102.5 miles an hour, but left a red light on his side of the AccuTime Christmas tree. Josh Herman in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Puts a quick 448 dial in on his car. Bart Nelson from LaPorte, Texas, going to be taking that right side lane. 500th head start in the Strange Engineering lane for Bart Nelson. Showtime on Thursday afternoon. Both drivers stage. Tree counts down. 500s. Difference in there you go. Put a win light in the Strange lane. Both drivers one over. Bart Nelson one over with a 5. Josh Herman one over with a 7. Nelson holds 3 at the starting line. Gave part of it back, but still had plenty, and gets a win. Coy Collier, Bossier City, Louisiana, Tower Side, 474 the dial in. Aaron Gibson, Idabel, Oklahoma. The AGR dragster with a 423 dialed in. .51 100th head start for Collier. On the Strange side of the racetrack. Dead on with a 3 and a trip zip 4. A 3 package will get it done almost every time, and Aaron Gibson just put it up. 3 pack for the win. Coy goes 75, one over with a 9 at 134 miles an hour. Gibson holds 1 at the starting line, holds 25 at the finish. Trip zip 4 at the start. Next up, Bree Bandemir, Pueblo, Colorado. Tower Side and a 441 dial in against Russell Marr. Russell from Seatown. Corsicana going first, dialed at 468, 2700ths. Head start on the right. Red light left side, 827 red gives Russell Marr the win. 469, one over at 148.4 miles an hour. It was dead 5 at 156.1 miles an hour for Bree Bandemir. But 027 red was the end of the line. Making our way through with a pair of dragsters, another pair of dragsters coming up to the starting line. Gonna be Curtis Stevenson from Coffeyville, Kansas. Little ways west of Mocan. 452 the dial. John Sherry from Royce City. On the right side, dialed at 466. Red light left side, Stevenson. 3/10,000ths. It's another one of those Malox moments. 3/10,000ths red. Man, that's so close to perfect. John Sherry, 467, one over at 147 miles an hour. Wind light was already on. Rocky McLean, Dose. Fort Worth, Texas, right side of the center stripe in the Strange Engineering lane, puts a 459 dial in on it. Quay Dozier from Slayton, Texas, representing West Texas. 463 the dial. Winlight, Cowtown, 462, 3 over at 141.9 miles an hour. Dozier 1 over, 464 at 149.6. But McLean holds 7 at the starting line. He's going to the next round. Dozier will be singing that song. Closest I'll ever get to heaven is making speed up 87, that long, hard Amarillo Highway. Next up, Paul Smith, Tomball, Texas. Going to be on the tower side of the racetrack with a 510 dial-in, going first in that Phil's trailer sales lane. Carson Stuckey from Claremore, Oklahoma, doing the pursuing. 466 the dial. 4400's head start to the car on the tower side. Smith 88 10,000's too quick. Runs 1 over at 5:11, but it was over at the starting line. Carson Stuckey dead on with a 3 and a 001 on the tree, a 4-pack. Four-pack for the win. That'll bring us Casey Baugh and Crew Garrett. Final call, Junior Dragsters. Final call, Junior Dragsters to staging for your time run. 6:05 and 4:64 the dial-ins. And Winlight's in the strange lane. 464 dead 4, 146 miles an hour. Casey Ball was 2 over, 607 at 113. Casey 001 on the Christmas tree. Held 1, almost 2 at the start. Gives it all away. 464 dead on for Crew Garrett. Puts him into the next round. Round 5 eliminations will be next for the big cars. Coming up next, going to be Junior Dragsters with their time run for their Thursday night Gambler race. Just a little added bonus for our Junior Dragster single cylinder set. Your wait and see buy run for round number 5. Going to be Aaron Gibson, car 413X. Aaron Gibson got the wait and see buy for the next round, car 413X. Or easy to see, car AGR. Got our Junior Dragsters chomping at the bit to go down the racetrack on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. Once again, racers, should you discover that you've got a set of slicks that you are going to take off and leave somewhere, why don't you leave them here? You'd be happy to take those used slicks off your hands We've got a use for them here at the racetrack. Actually, we have several uses for them here at the racetrack. But rather than send them to the landfill, if you are through with those slicks, leave them here for us at Xtreme Raceway Park. We would be appreciative of that. Junior dragsters with the fires lit. Weren't on the schedule, but they were here, so we thought, why not? Why not give these future superstars the opportunity to race here today? So here we go. Junior dragster, first time trial, only time trial. Next time you see them, it will be eliminations. Hudson Partney. Tower side of the racetrack, Corbin Pennington. Spectator side. Running for time. Drivers and tuners checking to see how the track conditions and the race car setup is working for them today. When it comes to elimination, 6 to 9-year-olds can dial no quicker than 1190. 10 to 12-year-olds can dial no quicker than 890. And 13 and older racers can dial no quicker than 790. Corbin rolls in deep. Hudson Partney going to stop the clock with an 8:04 at 80.5 miles an hour. Corbin across the 660 at 12:04, 53.7 miles an hour. Race crew carefully watching, making sure we are clear in the shutdown area. And once that happens, we will fire the next pair and they come to life. Junior dragster time trials here at the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell of Oklahoma City, your Goodyear and Mickey Thompson tire source. Ought to be one of your best friends in the business. Carter Poplowski, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack from Midlothian, Texas. Driver Spencer in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane on your tower side. Now, is that what happens when you're born to race? They call you driver. On the way down the racetrack, Spencer left side, 798, 82.2 miles an hour. Carter goes 804, 80.6. Jaylee Jones, tower side. Chase Porche, spectator side. Red lights don't matter on a test run, on a time trial. Chase 781, 83 miles an hour. Jaylee 796 at 81.3. As they clear the top end, our next pair comes to the starting line. C.J. Roberts on the tower side and Pepper Houston on the spectator side. Drivers trying to find that right spot. Now we got 4 bulbs lit. C.J. Roberts down that left side to an 854 at 76.3 miles an hour. And in the strange engineering lane, Pepper Houston at 1197, 54 miles an hour flat. Mia Meadows is next in the tower lane. Cash Branham next in the spectator lane. Both cars quick, 789, 82.7 miles an hour for Cash. Mia runs 797, 81.1 miles an hour. Fire lit in the strange engineering lane. That's going to be Cash Pennington. Cash across the finish line, 898, 73.23 miles an hour. Landon Graves from Burleson, Texas, brings the dragster to the starting line in the strange engineering lane. Landon stops the clocks at a 793, 80.7 miles an hour. Strange Engineering bringing you racing from Xtreme Raceway Park. Coming on board for 2026. You got a ton of horsepower and you need a third member that will stand the strain. What you need is Strange. Strange Engineering, 1-800-646-6718. Or go online and see the full line. Competition proven products, www.strangeengineering.net.
No box 1 and 2, door cars 3 and 4.
Tension in the pits, no box, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Round 5, no box, lanes 1 and 2. Round 5, Super Pro door cars, lanes 3 and 4 now. Cason Powers from Wimberley, Texas, brings a dragster up for a solo shot down the Strange Engineering lane. Cason in the pre-stage. Junior dragster time trials winding down. Red lights, no problemo on the time run. 884. 73.3 miles an hour for Powers. And that's going to do it for your junior dragster time trials. Thursday, I'll run 5K warm-up, $5,000 to win. Hey, no box, if you're still in, you should be in lane 1 or 2. Super Pro door cars, you should be in lane 3 or 4. You have been called to the staging lanes for round number 5. Get down to those short rounds, not a whole lot of cars left, 17, I believe. So cool and fuel, turn and burn. Absolutely beautiful day to be at Xtreme Raceway Park for day number 1 of the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell. About supper time, isn't it? Xtreme Grill has got great food that they would be delighted to serve you. Cold drinks, sweet treats over at the Sweet Tooth. If you're out of competition, then maybe something stronger just across from the concession stand. If you're still in, stay away. So again, we've got the lane calls and announcements regarding the race on our WhatsApp. QR code is over near the registration area. Point that smart device at the QR code and get yourself opted in. For the WhatsApp notifications. Also, we'll keep you notified of everything happening on the public address. Plus, we've got an alternative frequency for the KXRP radio station this weekend. It's 89.7 on your FM dial. Round 5, all run 5 5K warm-up coming your way momentarily. All door cars have been called to the staging lanes. Now I need dragsters. Dragsters lanes 5 and 6 for your 5th round. Gamblers race round 5. Dragsters lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro door cars lanes 3 and 4. No box lanes 1 and 2.
So as David said, all of our remaining cars have been called to the lanes. Super Pro door car, you should be in 3 and 4. Dragsters, you should be in 5 and 6. And our 2 remaining no box cars are on the starting line. Drew Porsche and Chad Sandlin. To find out which one will remain. Porsche left side, dial 609. Sandlin on the right, dial 616. Of course, the winner of this pair will be combined with our remaining door cars next round. And it's going to be Porsche. Sandlin wearing a 005 red, Porsche 001 green, and 611 on a 609 dial-in. Sandlin left 5 thou too early and clicks her off. So Drew Porsche will be your last remaining no box entry here in our All Run Thursday 5K. And our Super Pro door cars should be coming around the corner shortly. Dragsters, you should also be making your way to the lanes if you haven't already, as all of round number 5 has been called. And let there be door cars, Stephen Hughes and Billy Goss, to kick us off. On the top bulb side of round number 5, Stephen will line up on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack. Dials in at 550 and Billy Goss. Strange Engineering side, dial 697. Advantage Hughes, Winlight, Stephen Hughes. 15 green, 550 dead on 5 to be 20 total. Gets there first by 14 thou. Billy Goss was 22 green and 2 thou ineligible for the remaining racetrack. Goes 698 on a 697 in the process. So Steve-O will be back around for round number next as Chad Hankins and Ty Farmer approach the starting line. The pair of Chevy 2s, Hankins left side dials 539 and Ty Farmer right side of the racetrack dials 642. Ty in full control of this one. Winlight Ty Farmer 12 green, 642 dead on 8. Gets there first by 35 thou. Hankins was 39 green, 540 on a 539, no help. Farmer moves on. Final call for round number 5. Final call, round 5. If you're not here, you're late. Final call, round 5 to the lanes, please. Don Davidson and Jason McFarland on track. Davidson on the left dials 639. McFarland on the right dials 541. Red light, Jason by 001. Davidson, your winner, 009 green, 641 on a 639 dial in. As McFarland let go 1,000th of a second too early. Believe we are missing one car back there in the lanes. If that's you, what in the world are you doing? Final call, round number 5. You should be here. Final call, round 5. To the lanes now, please. Hey, attention to the pits. Round number 1 of our juniors gambler race. We will take you to the lanes now. Junior Gamblers race, round number 1. We will take you to the fire lane, please. Junior Gamblers, round number 1. We will take you at this time. Heath Phillips, Colton Wheeler. The pair of trucks. Phillips on the left. Dial 683. Colton Wheeler, right side of the racetrack, dial 601. Colton Wheeler. 20 green goes 603 on a 601 dial in as Heath Phillips. Let's go 45 green. Gets there first by 1 thou to be under by 1 thou. Once again, Junior Dragsters, round number 1. We will take you to your staging lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, round number 1. To your lanes at this time. So our first pair of dragsters make their way back from the burnouts. It'll be Carson Stuckey and Bart Nelson. Stuckey on the left, Claremore, Oklahoma, dials 466. Nelson on the right, LaPorte, Texas, dials 453. Once again, round number 1, juniors, we will take you to your staging lanes, please. Round number 1, junior dragster gamblers, we will take you to your staging lanes, please. Light Bart Nelson, trip, zip, perfect, 454.1, 11th out above the dial-in, gets there first by 1/100th of a second. Carson was 0:15, dead 7, not a bad lap at all, but when your opponent's 11 total, it don't work out. Bart will move on. Rocky McLean and Krug Garrett will make their way towards the pre-stage beams. Little Rock left side dials 459. Krug Garrett right side. Ratliff, Oklahoma dials 464. Away with 121 green, 459, dead on 6. To move on, Crew was 005 red and goes 464, dead 4. To be red and dead. Russell Marr and John Sherry. Your next contestants. Marr will line up on the left side. 468 is his estimated time of arrival. And John Sherry, right side of the equation, dials in at 467. Sherry's red by 11th thou. Russell Marr moving on. 31 green, 469, a hundred above even. As I believe our Bicar has made his way. Quite loudly, I might add. Aaron Gibson left side dials 423 to round out round number 5. We'll call that a Dragster dry hop. Not entirely sure what happened there, but he'll make his way to the end of the racetrack. To complete round number 5, your wait and see buy run for round number 6 will be Bart Nelson. So your wait and see buy run for round number 6, I believe this is the round of 9, perhaps, possibly, definitely, outstanding. I'm talking to everybody. Yeah. So your round of 9 wait and see buy run will be Bart Nelson, car number 403V. And our juniors for round number 1 should be in the lanes behind the tower or rolling under the suites as I look to my right. I didn't. So our juniors are under the suites, ready to kick off their gamblers race, round number 1. And our remaining 9 entries in Super Pro. Have not yet been called, but go ahead and get them fueled and cooled as we do kind of get into that part of the program this evening. Especially if you're in a Super Pro door car or Drew Porsche. So our remaining Super Pro entries, y'all are kind of on a standby, if you will, as we get ready to kick off juniors. I hear juniors. Well, one junior. The one on this side is very quiet. Jaylee Jones and driver Spencer. To kick us off. Jones on the left, Maybank, Texas, dial 796. Spencer on the right, dial 797. Jaylee in the electric machine. Told you it was quiet. Spencer's in, Jones is in, away we go. 6 fouls, separate them on this end. They both came to play. Wind light says Spencer. 11 green, 799 on a 797, gets there first by 200ths. Jaylee was 017 green. Also goes 799, but on a 796 dial in. Will not advance. Hey, juniors, there are buybacks available in your gambler's race as well. And just like the big cars, the buybacks will go directly into round number 2. So junior buybacks are also available at the Ladies Lounge. Chase Porsche and Landon Graves on track now. Porsche left side dials in 790. Graves on the right, dial 796. Big time reaction advantage going Chase Porsche's way, and the win light will as well. 17 green, 796 on a 790, only 78 miles per. Landon Graves missed it. Resorted to plan Z of turning him loose, but it did not pan out. 801 on a 796. Now, unless my eyes deceive me, we have Pennington on Pennington crime on the starting line. Cash Pennington left side, Corbin right side. I'm not really sure how we managed to accomplish this in round number 1, but here we are. Cash will dial in 903. Corbin will dial in 1203. Three seconds of head start going Corbin's way. Cash is going to have time to send a Snapchat or two while he's waiting on this one. As Corbin wastes no time at all finding the stage beam. And the deep beam. Cash is in, off goes Corbin. Here comes Cash. 18 foul, the separation up front. Advantage goes Cash's way, and the win light will also go to Cash Pennington. 60 green, 906 on a 903. Gets there first by 008. Corbin 78 green, 1205 on a 1203. 200 above. And 8 thou behind. Kaysen Powers and Pepper Houston up next. Powers left side, the Wimberley, Texas-based ride, 884. Their dial in. And Pepper Houston. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack dials 1194. Advantage on this end goes to Pepper, but the win light will go to Kaysen. Very green, an 885 on an 884, good enough to get there by a 10th. Pepper not quite as green, but green, 1222 on 1194, could not run the number. And Kaysen moves on. Cash Branham and CJ Roberts. Branham on the left, 790. Roberts on the right, 890. Red light start, Cash Branham, win light CJ Roberts. And CJ is going to be really glad for True Start. 30 red, 854 and an 890. Branham, 33 red, 791 on a 790. So by 3,000ths of a second of double red light, CJ will advance. Hudson Partney and Mia Meadows. Yes. Up now, 8 flats a pair on the 2 scoreboards. Hudson will be on the left, Mia will be on the right. And they'll leave together. My goodness. Big time advantage, Mia Meadows working the throttle cable, wind light Mia. 006 green. 823 on an 8 flat. Hudson was late, goes 809 on the 8 flat. And Mia will move on. Your by car, Carter Poplowski. Adam Midlothian dials 810. Attention to the pits, round number 6, door cars. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Door cars to lanes 3 and 4. And dragsters, we will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Poplowski 005 red and 808 on the 810 dial in. Once again, attention to the pits, round number 6. All remaining cars, we will take you to the lanes, please. Door cars to lanes 3 and 4, dragsters to lanes 5 and 6. So round number 6 of our all-run warm-up race. Door cars, we will take you to 3 and 4, and dragsters to lanes 5 and 6, please. Also, while it's quiet, there are buybacks available in our junior gamblers race as well. Buybacks are available, and I would say even encouraged, and are available at the Ladies Lounge. Buybacks for juniors at the Ladies Lounge. In round number 6, you have been called. Door cars to 3 and 4, dragsters to 5 and 6. Your wait and see bye run for round number 2 of juniors will be car number 4X12, Miss Mia Meadows. By way of the 006 bulb. Mia Meadows 4X12, you will be the wait and see bye run for round number 2 of our juniors, and round number 6 of our all run 5K warm up. You have been called. Door cars to 3 and 4 and Draxers to lanes 5 and 6, please.
So we've got all the cars ready to go in this round, round 6 of eliminations. 9 cars left, 4 dragsters and 5 door cars. After this round, it is a money round. Quarterfinals pays $75. Semifinals pays $250. And runner-up pays $750. The winner gets $5,000. After this round, it will be put on a pro ladder. You qualify for that ladder by reaction time. Best reaction time, number 1 qualifier, second best, number 2, and so forth. There's an odd number of cars, which there will be until the final. Best reaction time is going to get the number 1 qualified position on the pro ladder. That will equate to a bye run. Junior dragsters ran 13 cars in their first round. They do have a buyback available. $25 for the buyback. We'll probably see 13 cars in the second round. Crosstalk is on. Stephen Hughes and Drew Porcher at the water box as we are ready to bring them on. RSH Sand and Trucking, the Clear Lake Special. On the tower side of the racetrack, that is Stephen Hughes from Pasadena. Drew Porcher from Montgomery, Texas on that spectator side in the Strange Engineering lane. 2 Houston area cars. Trying to see which one makes it to the money round. Pentastar or Bowtie, who you riding with? 608 the dial for the truck. 550 the dial for the Mopar. 3 bulbs lit, and now 4. Tree counts down and the lights are green on both sides of the Christmas tree. Reaction time's close. Pedal wind light on the tower side. Stephen Hughes, 551. Gave up a little bit at the starting line, but makes it up and takes the stripe by 77 10,000ths. That's good for a win. It was a 3 over 611 for Porcher. A 1 over 551 for Stephen Hughes. Colton Wheeler, Wichita, Kansas, Ty Farmer. Next pair, 642 and 602. The dial ends 4/10 head start for the Nova. Green lights on both sides of the Yankee Street. They are racing, and the wind light goes to the Strange Engineering side. 2 over 644 at 103.1 miles an hour. A 1,000th margin at the finish line for Ty Farmer. Colton Wheeler, 024 green. 1 over 603 with an 11 at 112.87 miles an hour. Comes up just short. Junior dragsters, if you did not get a win line in your first round matchup, buybacks are available, $25. Get them at registration. Rocky McLean from Fort Worth, America. On the tower side of the racetrack with the dragster dialed at 456. Taking on the last of the door cars, Don Davidson from Gilmer, Texas, going first with us, 641 dial in. Not quite 2 seconds head start. the dragster, 457, one over at 144 miles an hour. Davidson breaks out, 639 on a 641 dial-in. Rocky held 12 at the starting line, gives 4 back, and moves to the next round. A.A. Ron Gibson from Annabelle, Oklahoma. Tower side dialed quick, 422. Russell Moore from Seatown, right side dialed at 468. 4600s head start for the Seatown dragster. Green lights both sides. Here we go. That's the finish line. Put a wind line in the strange engineering lane. 2 over 470 at 147. Beats a 1 over 423 at 166.2 miles an hour. Starting line advantage for Russell Marr gives him 6 thousandths at the stripe to move on to the next round. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters to staging. Your second round is up next. Junior dragsters to staging. So the third dragster that will be in the money round is Bart Nelson. Comes in with the buy run. Red. Doesn't matter, he's going on to the next round except for that number 1 spot on the pro ladder. 460 the elapsed time at 131.5 miles an hour. We win the money. Junior dragsters to staging. Buyback round coming up next. Four rounds left in junior dragster, 3 rounds left in big cars. We'll put a bow on this baby. Day number 1 has gone well. So glad to have all you racers joining us on a Thursday to go racing. We're going to have some more folks joining us for Friday and Saturday. Independence Day weekend spectacular with the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell. Your friend in the tire business. If you're going to keep running those great numbers, you got to have the right rolling stock on the back. Goodyear Eagles and Stinky Mickeys from Carter Maxwell will fit the bill. Junior dragsters racing for that $300 winner's share. $150 to runner-up and $75 for the semifinals. Wait and see by. In big cars, Russell Marr. Sure, man.
So as our juniors are getting things ready back there for their second round of eliminations, our ladder for our remaining 5 Super Pro cars is as follows. Russell Marr will be on the bye run. Rocky McLean will have lane choice over Stephen Hughes, and Ty Farmer will have lane choice over Bart Nelson. So Russell Marr is the bye car, McLean with lane choice over Hughes, and Farmer with lane choice over Nelson. And that being said, those remaining cars, go ahead and get them cooled off and fueled up and thinking about getting ready, because round 2 of juniors will be around the corner shortly.
So coming up, we've got junior dragsters, 4 rounds left of competition. 13 cars will go to 7, goes to 4, goes to 2. 5 cars left in our $5,000 warm-up race. Ty Farmer is going to get lane choice in a race against Bart Nelson. Door car versus dragster. Rocky McLean gets lane choice against Stephen Hughes in a dragster versus door car match. And Russell Marr will solo to the semifinal, to the quarterfinals, to the semifinals, that is. This is the quarterfinals. 5 cars goes to 3. And this is a money round for the warm-up. Junior dragsters just about ready to light up. C.J. Roberts and Corbin Pennington going to be first. Corbin's going to take that right side strange engineering lane with a 1204 dialed in. C.J. Roberts doing the chasing down that Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. C.J. with a dial in of 853. And the crew members have the cars fired, the drivers bringing them up to the infrareds. C.J. Roberts into the pre-stage. Corbin Pennington just a few shakes away from bringing that dragster in to the pre-stage. Both drivers pre-staged. 3.5 seconds head start for the car on the right. Corbin doing the deep stage, gets the green light. C.J. Roberts doing the chasing down the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane across the 660. Put a wind light on the tower side, 853, dead on with a 5 at 75.4 miles an hour. Corbin had an advantage at the starting line of 6, almost 7, but goes 8 over 1212 on a 1204 dial in, 49.6 miles an hour, and C.J. Roberts punches the ticket for the trip to the next round. Next pair come to life, going to be Chase Bourchier from Montgomery, Texas, tower side, 790 the dial in. Landon Graves going to go first in the dragster from Burleson, Texas. Landon is dialed at 796. Round number 2, your buyback round in junior dragster. Chase goes red. So Landon Graves is going to the next round. Across the finish line, 8 flat, 75 miles an hour left side, 795, 80.4 miles per hour right side, but that one was over at the starting line. 094 red against an 054 green. Landon Graves next round bound. Pepper Houston and driver Spencer Next up, Pepper with an 1194 dial in is on the tower side in that Wills Point forward lane. Driver Spencer on the spectator side in the ProTech inspection lane. 3.96 seconds head start to the tower side. Pepper goes in deep. Pepper goes red. Driver Spencer going to be advancing into the next round. 8 flat with a 6, 81.7 miles an hour. Pepper with a 12-12 at 53.59. Cash Branham and Jaylee Jones, your next pair. Cash with a 790 dial in on the left side. Jaylee with a 796 dial on the spectator side. Red light left side, Cash. 5 thousandths too quick on the trigger. Puts a win light in the strange lane for Jaylee Jones. Jaylee goes dead on with a 5 at 81.2 miles an hour. Cash was 1 over 791, but a red light on the tree spelled the end of his day. Kaysen Powers, Wimberley, Texas. Next on the tower side, 884, the posted dial in for the blue car. And Carter Pavlovsky, Midlothian, Texas, 811, your dial in on the spectator side in that strange engineering lane. 7,300, so almost 3/4 of a second head start for the car on the tower side. A win light in this round combined with a win light in the next round puts our junior competitors in the money round. First of 2. Carter in the pre-stage. Here comes Kaysen. Carter goes red, so Kaysen will advance. Across the finish line, 824, 67 miles an hour right side, 885, 1 over at 72.91 miles an hour. Kaysen with the green light. That's what it took. Mia Meadows and Cash Pennington at the starting line. Cash on the right going first by 106. 906 to 8 flat. Cash 024 red puts a win light on the tower side. Mia dials 8 flat. Runs 798, 80.9 miles an hour. Cash with a 906 dial goes 9 flat. That red light at the starting line put a win light on the tower side for Mia Meadows. So coming back in the quarterfinals of junior dragsters, C.J. Roberts, Mia Meadows, Landon Graves, Kason Powers, Jaylee Jones, and driver Spencer.
Bart Nelson, we are missing you. Bart Nelson, we are missing you. If you could please make your way to the lanes, please. Bart Nelson, please. please make your way to the lanes. Attention to the pits. Juniors, round number 3. We will take you to your staging lanes, please. Juniors, round number 3. We will take you to your staging lanes at this time. Juniors, round 3. Bring them on down. As 5 cars remain in our 5K warm-up, your first pair will be Rocky McLean and Stephen Hughes. Dragster v. Dorcar. And our second pair will also be Dragster v. Dorcar. Little Rock will line up on the left, dials in 455, and Stephen Hughes. The Pasadena-based Demon dials in at 550. Five cars will go down, 3 will come back. They're in. Dirty 18's a pair, top end, wind light, Rocky McLean. 18 green, 455, dead on 5. Gets him 12 thousandths worth of finish line. Steven was also 18 green, but 551.7 leaves him 17 thou above and 12 thou behind. So our first car coming back will be Rocky. Will the second one be Ty or Bart? So we'll find out ever so shortly. Bart makes his way through the water. On the Phil's trailer sales side, 452 will be his dial-in. Ty Farmer will take his place on the right side of the equation and dial in at 641. I know it's only the warm-up race, but when the sun goes down and the lights come on, the wind lights just mean a little bit more. Nelson left, Farmer right as they find the pre-stage beams. As we think about it for a second, Farmer flickers the bulb, Bart follows, away we go. Green lights up 2, foul, separate them, wind light, Ty Farmer. 006 green, 641, dead on 6, 12 total. Nelson, 008 green, but 300ths worth of finish line leaves him 449 on a 452. And Ty Farmer will be back for the round of 3. Your bye call, Russell Marr approaches the starting line. 469 the dial, and he's just going to take the tree and idle through. And your semifinal is set. Just like that. Juniors round 3, you should be in the lanes, please. Juniors round 3, you should be in the staging lanes. So our semifinal will consist of Rocky McLean, Ty Farmer, and Russell Marr. And gentlemen, as soon as you can cool them and fuel them and all that jazz, we will, at your earliest convenience, happily take you back. But right now, juniors round number 3. We're missing one of you. So juniors round 3, we're missing one. And we need you in the lanes, please. Semi-final bye run. We reladder them, right? Your semi-final bye run will be car number 4444, Ty Farmer. And Rocky McLean has lane choice over Russell Marr. So your round of 3, bye run, Ty Farmer. And Rocky McLean with lane choice over Russell Marr. Missing one junior. If that's you, please make your way to the lanes now. As we whittle our way down to the end of day number 1. Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson. Tomorrow's run of show while we have a quiet moment. Registration will open at 8 a.m., followed by our VP Racing Fuels one and only time run, or the optional VP run for the 5K. That's a $20 investment. Those will take place together at 9 a.m., and first round will follow. So we get into the nitty-gritty of the weekend. So tomorrow, registration 8 a.m., our VP Racing Fuels time trial or the VP run for the 5K will take place at 9. Juniors coming up shortly. Any minute now. And here come the juniors. Driver Spencer and Landon Graves. To kick off this round, Spencer on the left, dial 798, Graves on the right. Dial 796. So 200ths will be the difference in the Christmas tree as they find the stage beams. Red light start, Landon Graves by 10 thou. Driver Spencer moving on, 103 green, 797 on a 798. Graves 10 red and coasts through. Which will bring up Kason Powers and CJ Roberts. Roberts lines up on the Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, Trinity, Texas, dials in at 853. Powers on the left out of Wimberley, dials 884. And attention in the pits. Our remaining 3 Super Pro cars. As soon as you can, please bring them to the lanes. Farmer will have the bye run. And McLean will have lane choice over Marr. As Kason and CJ take the tree, away we go. Red light Kason. Win light CJ Roberts gets away with one. Goes 851 on an 853. Kason was red and 885 on an 884. Once again, our 3 remaining Super Pro cars, as soon as you can, bring them to the lanes, please. Farmer, McLean, and Marr. Bring them on down. Jaylee Jones and Mia Meadows on track next. Jaylee Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco, side of the racetrack, dial 796, Mia Meadows. Right side of the equation, dials 8 flat. Advantage goes Jaylee's way and the win light will as well. 39 green, 797 on a 796. Mia Meadows was 61 on this end. And 806 on an 8 flat in a losing effort. And Jaylee Jones will be back. Once again, our 3 remaining Super Pro entries. Bring them on down, please. Ty Farmer on the bye. And McLean with lane choice over Marr. Our wait and see bye run for round number next of juniors will be Jaylee Jones, car number 433. Jaylee Jones, you are the wait and see bye run for our next round of juniors. So as our semifinal in Super Pro gets them ready back in the staging lanes, tomorrow's run of show, if you will. Registration opens at 8 a.m. New entry time runs will be at 9 a.m. Immediately following that will be the VP run for the 5K. So at 9 a.m., new entry time runs, new entries only for that one. Followed by the VP run for the 5K, and that's open to anybody that wants in it. VP run for the 5K. They got a dial for dollars, if you will, just kind of on steroids. Best package wins a drum of VP fuel. If you make a perfect run during the time run, you win $5,000. So tomorrow morning, if you're a new entry, have her ready to rock and roll at 9 a.m. And immediately following that will be our VP run for the 5K. And then first round of our Friday 20 grander and no box 2 grander will be immediately following that. So our Super Pro semifinal makes their way under the suites. Ty Farmer will have the bye run. And all we have to know is, will he square off against Rocky McLean or Russell Marr? We will find out in about 4.6 seconds. Russell Marr on the left. Little Rock on the right. Marr dials in 469. McLean dials in 458. for a spot on the dance floor with Ty Farmer. And a shot at $5,000. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Russell is in. Rocky takes his time. He follows. Away we go. Green light's a party to the party, but it doesn't matter when light Russell Meyer. Russell is 033 green, 469, dead on 9, gets there first by 8 foul. McLean, 38 green, and 459 on a 458. Leaves him 8 foul short. Your bye car, Ty Farmer, riding with Jimmy. 641 the dial in. And Russell Meyer will have lane choice in the final round. Farmer is extremely green and clicks it off to coast through at 660. I believe our next round of juniors should be rolling around shortly. Your final round stage for our Thursday 5K is set. Russell Meyer with lane choice over Ty Farmer. Juniors, you should be in the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, round number next. We should have you in the lanes, please. I believe we have all of you except Jaylee Jones, who is also our wait and see by car. So junior dragsters, you have been called, and you should be in the lanes at this time. So our semifinal round of junior dragsters kick off. Jaylee Jones will have the bye run, and CJ Roberts and driver Spencer will square off for the second spot in the final. Attention in the pits. Thursday 5K warm-up, final round. We will take you to the lanes, please. Super Pro 5K final round. Bring them on down. Super Pro 5K final round. Russell Marr and Ty Farmer. We will take you to the lanes, please. So CJ finds the pre-stage beam and waits on driver to follow. Which he does. 851 to a 797. CJ will leave first. Driver will give chase. Away we go. Big time reaction advantage goes to CJ Roberts. Win light, CJ Roberts. 78 green, 863 on a 851. Gets there by a bunch. Driver was late on this end. 798 on a 797. Could not overcome it. As we set our final rounds. Speaking of final rounds, Super Pro final. Ty Farmer and Russell Marr, please make your way to the lanes, please. Super Pro final. To the lanes, please. Jaylee Jones on her bye run. $31 green. And 797 on a 796. It's just so quiet. So same thing goes for our juniors. As soon as y'all can cool them and fuel them, we'll take your final round back as well. And our Super Pro final should be making their way as we speak. Russell Marr with lane choice over Ty Farmer. Just to make sure everyone is on the same page, tomorrow morning we will have a new entry time run at 9 a.m. Following the new entry time run, all racers are eligible for the Dial for Dollar time trial. That's our VP Racing Fuels run for the 5K. The best package gets a drum of VP Race Fuel of their choice, and a perfect run will score you $5,000. All remaining final rounds, as soon as you can get them here, please do. All final rounds, you have been called.
chase away the lightning clouds until you finally get old and gray. We all fade away. Plant a flag and make a stand, build a fence around your land. But by and by, the stones will crumble down. Spend your life for what it's worth, but one day you'll return to earth and leave your DNA above the ground. So I guess you'll still be around. Through all the troubles that we go through in our lives, and all the time we're wasting living up our lives. Whoa, we're only here for a short while.
Once again, both remaining final rounds will take you. Russell Lamar, Ty Farmer, C.J. Roberts, and Jaylee Jones. As soon as you can. The sooner the better. Both remaining final rounds will take you. So following our two final rounds, we will do the winner circle pictures tonight. So as soon as you run your final, bring them back up and get your picture taken. And we should have our Super Pro final in the lanes and our junior final. We will now take you as well. Your official call, if you will. Junior finals, bring them down, please. Junior final, we need you to your lanes. And our Super Pro final, you should be in your staging lanes as well. Ty Farmer, we are waiting on you. believe we have everyone back there except you. Possibly including the junior final. Ty Farmer. Bring her down, please. Ty Farmer waiting on you. Our junior final will kick off the money rounds here. Jaylee Jones and C.J. Roberts. Jaylee will line up on the left out of Maybank, Texas. 797 her dial in. And C.J. Roberts, Trinity, Texas, dials in at 851. $5,000 separate them. Advantage, C.J. Roberts. Win light, C.J. Roberts. 29 green, 851, dead on 5. Gets there first by 21 thou. Jaylee was 34 green. And 799 on a 797 is 22 thou above. And 21 thou behind. Congratulations, C.J. Roberts, your first winner of the weekend. Jaylee Jones on the runner-up as well. Some dang fine laps laid down. And we're just getting started this week. And then there were two. As Ty Farmer and Russell Marr make their way under the suites. As our final pair of a Thursday evening make their way into the water, Ty Farmer and Russell Marr will close us out. This ought to be fun. Ty, left side of the racetrack. The Chevy 2 dials in at 640. Russell Marr on the right in the dragster dials 469. A classic door car versus dragster matchup. To kick off our week of the Super Bucks Showdown. Ty dives are in, Russell follows. Wow, that's not good. Ty with problems in LB3A red. Russell Marr, your winner, 104 green, 520 out of 469, coasting through. I'm sure when Ty left the starting line, Russell let go, and that was all she wrote from there. But kind of a wonky final round, but Russell Marr, your $5,000 Thursday winner. Congratulations, and congratulations, Ty Farmer, on the runner-up. Once again, winners and runner-ups, go ahead and bring them back around for the winner circle pictures. And that will conclude day number 1. Once again, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., our new entry time runs followed by our VP Racing Fuels Run for the 5K with first round to follow. Gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. We're just getting started. The Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown. Presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson. Until then, good night. We'll see y'all in the morning, XRP.